Holy smokes, guys. Can you believe it? 2 PeePaws in one day? Man, what are you guys doing with your lives to be living this good, right? Am I right? All right. So, look, that was Mike the Bike. I love that version. I love that parody that he did of, Mr. Slim Shady himself, right? Eminem. Great job. Mike knocked it out of the ball, knocked it out of the park, right? And, but anyway, I seen the tweets, the Twitter feed, the whatever it is, right? The little blue bird. And I seen this and I clicked over and I said, ooh, Edwin and Salvo, right again. They're back. And now recording has done a podcast. It's about an hour and a half long. So I'm going to do my very best to watch the full thing with you guys and react to it, so it's not just to steal or whatever. But here's the thing: we have to have an agreement, folks, because the now recording guys are friends of mine, right? Matt and Core and Mitch, Beavers, Toxic, and what's that other dude's name? Oh yeah, Max. And so I don't want to rob those guys of views, right? I don't want to. So what we have to have a agreement here is while we can watch and have some fun and laugh and enjoy this content, because they work hard at putting this stuff out. You guys have to promise me to go watch it on your own as well, right? I want to screw him, Joey says. Oh, come on now, Joey. Joey, don't be that way, Joey. Come on now. Let's not get ugly here. Listen, guys, we are all about peace and love and harmony over here. I mean, for crying out loud, we had a little peace and unification here this morning, right? We had a melding, and we all came together and we sang some kumbaya. We had some coffee. We had some pancakes. We just had a really good time this morning. And so I just want to kind of keep on with that same mindset. And so let's not get ugly. I was a little bit taken aback, honestly, here just a few minutes ago. There was somebody in the out there on the Twitters that was talking about, I'll be honest with you guys. It kind of took the old man aback a little bit, right? Because I don't see myself this way, but evidently I am a sex symbol to people. How an over the hill, wrinkly, obese guy can do that for people. I don't, whatever. But evidently there's a guy who thinks about me. There's a gentleman out there who thinks about me and they touch themselves. I guess it's kind of like that song, when they think about me, they touch themselves. Isn't that how that song goes, or something like that? But anyway, enough of that. Enough about me. That's not what we're here. We're not here about me. You guys don't care anything about me or whatever. We're here to celebrate all that is the now recording guys, right? So let's just get into it. First of all, the artist on this is our own Ren, right? Ren's in our chat all the time. Love Ren. I turned it exactly BMO. I am a sex symbol. Evidently, I'm a sex. I don't want to be that. I'll be honest with you, right? Reno hearing that. I'm sorry, Marie. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was not real pleased about hearing that there. I actually read it, right? So it's like in my brain now. So anyway, but Ren, just a second here. Let me see if I can't get Ren's Twitter up here real quick. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Ren. Do. Okay, so this is Ren. So, and here you guys go. This is his Twitter feed. Boom. Did it take it? Yeah, there. Okay. This is his Twitter, right? If you guys aren't following Ren, you need to. The dude is an extremely talented artist, right? He does stuff for all people out there in our community all the time, right? He's the one who actually did. He's the one that actually did this artwork for the boys on their show tonight, or on their stream of this episode. He's the one that did the artwork. Ren has a very unique style. And it's like I say, I really, really do like his artwork. It's very, very good. But looks like the now recording is in the car with Edwin and Savo, I guess. So anyway, so let's get on into the episode. Let's see what we get the audio set here, and boom,
now recording.
Do you guys like road trips?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not
particularly.
What?
No.
Wait, no. I'm not a big fan.
I'm with Beavers.
Oh, no.
I'm with Beavers.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
What about like road trips from like Ohio to Pennsylvania?
How long is that?
About 3 hours.
About 3
Oh,
hours.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's not cold. That's not a road
No,
trip.
excuse me. Buffalo to Ohio, actually.
That's not a fucking road trip. 3 hours, bro.
Yeah. Well, hey, bro.
Yeah, that's
it was
a road trip. Come
talking-
on.
Listen,
You're talking
Beavers,
to an Australian and a South African. To go to the shop, we have to travel like 3 hours.
Beavers, listen to me. A lot can happen in 3 hours. Okay?
That's true.
Lives can be ruined. Careers can be tarnished.
Right.
So you guys want to talk about
Really?
I guess it's safe to say that they're going to talk about the infamous car trip. God, here we go. Right. Here we go. The car trip once again. Jeez. Here's the thing about this. I'm going to just say this really kind of had all died down. This was like yesterday's news, right? It was at the bottom of the bird cage, right? Birds were pooping all on it. People kind of forgot about it, moved on, whatever. And then Edwin and Savo came back and started talking about it. So they breathed a new life into it. So anyway, I guess this is going to be the news cycle again. I guess people are going to talk about it. And so if people are going to talk about it, then I guess we talk about it. Here we go.
You really built that one up, buddy.
Great segue. Love it.
I love how when he asked that question, you guys love car rides, we all immediately thought of the most degenerate shit we've ever done in a car. And
That's
then
not true.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I didn't think of that. I was just thinking
Yeah,
of
you
all
did.
the times I've had like horrible stomach pains while in the car and just being like, oh my God, my mom says it's only an hour away, but I don't know how long an hour is because I'm 10 years old and I'm just in pain. That's what I think of with car rides.
Okay, well then
honestly.
you haven't done much in a car.
True.
So, you guys want to talk about the Babs Edwin Salvo car ride?
No, I don't. I do not, but here we go.
Not particularly.
I'll be honest, I don't want to. I'm forced to be here.
I want to see Babs's. After watching that, I want to see Babs's tits.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Didn't you before?
I actually, I talked to Salvo and Edwin.
You know what? I think, if I'm not mistaken, if she hasn't closed it down, I'm pretty sure Babs has an OnlyFans, Beaver. So if you really are wanting to see them that bad, you could, I guess, subscribe to her OnlyFans and see them.
Recently.
Really?
Like 2 days ago now.
Okay.
What they brought up, they were like, they're pretty mad about everything happening and stuff, obviously. But what their main gripe was, look, when all this was going down, it was talked about here, it was talked about there, it was talked about this stream, that stream, that stream, that stream. And now that there's some new information, everyone's quiet. And I was kind of like, you know what? Good point. So, and this, I'll be honest with you, sounds like now recording drama. But I think the issue has always been, right, with, and I think you guys would agree. Edwin, when all this went down, Edwin didn't really tell his side of the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, he didn't.
Well, what if I told you I have Edwin's side of the story for the most?
Okay. So Matt is correct. Edwin's never really told his side of the story per se. Neither has Salvo. The only one that's really told anything has been Babs. There has been bits and pieces talked about here and there. Edwin has done some members only streams where he talked about the conversation that he and Salvo and Babs had on a Salvo stream. But I will say this, to my knowledge, Babs kind of talked about it without really talking about it. I don't know if it was because she was uncomfortable about talking about it. I don't know. She hawed around a lot on the Keemstar show that night. But to date, I don't think anybody of the three parties that was in that vehicle have sat down and made a video explaining from beginning to end the story as far as their perspective, as far as their remembering of the story. That has not occurred. Even with the Babs on Keemstar, there was a lot of pausing, interjecting on Keemstar and Brantley's part. Not that I'm not poo-pooing on them or anything like that. But they did interject whatever throughout that stream in that section where they were talking about it. The bottom line of it is nobody, myself, any of you guys here tonight watching this, really nobody is owed an explanation or owed the story really of what happened that on that fateful car ride, right? It's just not, it's not something that is really, quite honestly, was any of our business. It was made our business because, well, people talk, right? There's no doubt in my mind that conversations were held in private, to friends, that was then made public because someone said something that upset somebody. So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to, make this comment. I'm going to tell this, whatever. And so anyway, so I got a caller, Phil D. Rich. All right, let's see what Phil has to say here. Good evening, Phil. How are you?
I'm doing so great, man.
Oh, that's awesome. So what can I do for you this evening?
I'm just here to say hi.
You're just here to say hi? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, hi, I guess. Is there anything else that you have thoughts or opinions that you want to share, or no? Okay. So I guess that was Phil, whatever. So anyway, like I was saying, at this point in time, I honestly, I don't know if it would do any good if Edwin or Salvo, or even for that matter, if Babs, right? If Babs wanted to go on and tell it in her own, I guess, pacing, because one of the things that I kind of took away from because when Babs called into Salvo's stream that night, that Edwin had called in, that all three of them was there together, I was kind of hopeful. I was kind of like, okay, optimistic, maybe but really nothing came out of that. It was a lot of talking over each other. It was a lot of one of them would say something, and they would either be shouted down and called a liar, or that's not truthful, or one of the other side would say something, and the Babs would say, that's not truthful. And so I don't know if it was because of the amount of alcohol that was ingested. I don't know if there is, if it's a deal where it's a he said, she said. I mean, it's bottom line. It's a he said, so whatever. But enough of my whatever. Let's just listen to the podcast.
Most part.
Dun dun dun.
What, I mean, I'm very interested to hear that.
So
actually.
Wait, is it that stream?
let me
Huh?
explain, Mitch. So when this all went down, when the Babs Keemstar show that all happened, and that all went down, I was watching the Keemstar show, and my first impression while watching was, okay, Babs is telling her side of the story about some weird shit. Holy crap, this shit is crazy. What the fuck, Edwin?
Yep.
But it was, she said many times on that stream that it was consensual and legal. And I was like, all right, cool. It's a crazy fucking story. You can like tell your story, I guess, you know. But later on, callers started calling in, and it became a complete Edwin pile-on. At one point, Paige Christie called in and started asking Babs, like, you know, she started. It felt very YouTube brain. It was like implied consent versus coercive consent.
Oh,
and
not
like
that dumb bitch.
Yeah, and like everybody's kind of like jumping into this right now because, you know, everybody loves a good sexual assault story. You know, they love to sink their
Not
teeth
me.
into that. So when they hear,
Not me.
you know, parts of a story, they start their wheels start spinning, right? And then you have like people calling in and saying like Edwin was showing voice calls from Onision victims to his Discord. And then you got people saying that he admitted to being into DDLG. And you even got someone coming in. Someone literally says on that stream, Edwin likes babies. Like that literally comes out of somebody's, Edwin likes babies. So, and at the end, like some girl's like, I got the clip with the DDLG stuff in it. Here you go, Keemstar. And Keem pulls it up, and it's literally them just being like, we're not into DDLG. So,
Okay, but in didn't Babs say that Edwin kept trying to talk to her like a baby?
I'm going to go into everything, Beavers.
Okay, good.
Can I really quickly, because I have a little thing just to put some of this stuff, because I think this is kind of important when it comes to this type of thing. Let's make no bones about it. People who are coming into this recording are going to have what is known as my side bias, or a sort of a, you know, it's a normal human reaction.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance being what it is. When you're presented with new information that doesn't fit in line with your reality, your brain goes, no, I don't like it. Get it out of here. That's not right, right? So, you know, I will say this, that I've had, you know, my own sort of like my side bias with this stuff, because, you know, at least with some of these things tangentially, you know, it's related to some of my friends, and people have, you know, gotten in a bad way because of some of the reaction that some people have had. And so I've had my thoughts and my feelings about it, but I've taken a good step back, and I am willing to listen and hear all sides of this story, you know? Okay.
So is it okay for me to say that, you know, all right, so good on Matt for sitting, I guess, into a conversation or at a VC or whatever with Edwin and Savo, right? Good for him for, I guess, listening to everything or whatever. And so now I guess Matt is going to present to us some new evidence or some new whatever. But I guess I still go back to this. Savo has like a over 8,000 sub YouTube channel, right? Edwin has 2 YouTube channels that have several thousands of subs on them, right? I can't wrap my brain around, because both of these two now have made several streams back, right? They're back, both made several streams, right? Why has neither one of them sat down and just presented their side of the story? Because they haven't. And that just is really weird to me. I mean, if you've got these platforms, why are they not using it? Why are they clamoring for other people to address what was said on this stream or that stream? Why is it important for that doesn't make sense to me. But then again, I'm not, maybe I just don't think of it like a YouTuber would think about it. I don't know. I do think it's weird now that Matt is having to come forth and present, from what he's said so far, that he's going to present some new evidence and put everything into a new perspective. I think that's weird, but give the devil their due, or whatever, I guess. Maybe Matt is going to be a spokesperson for him, right?
That's what I'm going to do. And honestly, audience out there, I can't ask of you to do anything, but I can ask you to like, favorite, comment, and subscribe. So please do that if you haven't already. All right, let's go.
So
Before we do that, audience, I just want to say, okay, just shut up, Matt. You can get your point out in a second.
I'm after Beavers though.
I'm in the middle of a paragraph, guys.
Oh, sorry.
It's not our fault. You didn't tell us that.
You got to take a number, dude.
Where's our copy of the Google Doc?
No, this isn't a Google Doc. These are my notes, bro.
Well, why isn't that in a Google Doc?
Fuck you,
Yeah.
all right? I was busy.
I thought we were getting Google Doc.
I'm
I thought we
doing-
were
Yeah,
getting
I thought we
professional
were
podcast.
sticking by
I'm
the
going.
Google Doc. What the
I
fuck
quit.
are you
now
doing?
quit. I'm going on a podcast with Toxic Pimple Up. I'm going to call it Stop Recording. And
Yay!
goodbye.
Aw.
What I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say is you're gonna get the same thing from me with all of the stuff, but I care about none of the parties involved. So
Yeah.
Fair
I'm not
enough.
biased.
I
You're
remember
all idiots.
I remember specifically Beavers when we had Salvo on for that final time, and you said a lot of things. You can definitely tell like you definitely don't care about either side in this situation.
Was that the Spurgies?
No.
What the fuck is Mitch?
Mitch is in
Fergie's
the
was the
back
last
of the
time we
bus.
had him on.
Mitch is in
had
the back of the bus. He's got his little special backpack on with his.
Mitch,
little
have you ever
fucking-
seen? You ever seen Big Lebowski, Mitch?
Yeah, I've seen that.
You're like fucking Steve Buscemi's character. in
I
Big
love
Lebowski.
that character. He's awesome.
Of course. He
All
is
right,
a
Mitch,
great
you said
character.
you had to.
I
say
love the
something.
actor too.
I just wanted to drag it out.
All right. So continuing, I decided to see if Edwin would want to tell his side of the story about everything privately in a call. So, like after the Keemstar Show stuff happened, I just thought it was fair. You know, I've hung out with Edwin on streams. He's always been pretty chill with me. So I
Ever
heard
tried
his
to
side.
touch a dick?
Never tried to touch my dick. Never tried to tell me to take out my dick. Never said I wanted to look at your dick. Anything like that. Also, I am not an attractive woman with nice boobs, I guess.
Oh, you're implying that attractive women have dicks?
Self-report.
So I heard his side of the story, and I for the most part stayed quiet about it because I kind of felt like this is a private conversation. Because I was under the understanding that this is that he'd want to let everything out in his video. And from my impression, I thought the video was going to be coming a lot sooner. And I thought it would just be gay to go on streams and be like, well, guess what, guys? I got the Edwin Scoop bros, like, Assistant Sailor did. I did push back for a few times on stream about the Olivia stuff on Xylee's stream as well during the call. He had told me that he had ceased all creations of Mama Max content with him and Olivia when him and Olivia started talking. So that's what he had told me in the call. And so when people were saying like, well, he started talking to Olivia while he was still covering her in the Mama Max stuff, I would say something like, well, if they stop making the content and they start talking to the girl and they stop making the content because they've seen that they're starting to interact with this girl in a more flirtatious manner, is that a bad thing? That's really was my take in that situation. So I just to be as transparent as possible, I've had 2 private calls with Edwin, one just me and him, and then one with me, him, and Xylee and Salvo, which was obviously now recorded.
Yep.
Recently, after Salvo's stream, I ended up talking to Salvo, Edwin, and Dove about everything. And I want to point something out real quick. Dove doesn't, just my first impression of talking to her, she's gotten a lot of shit. Doesn't seem that bad. She was pretty nice from my impression.
Yeah, just like a knockoff Eva.
Yeah.
It's
but
not as good.
Yeah, she was just nice for the most part. She wasn't I'd
It's
like
not as good. Plain Jane.
No,
Not
that joke was
entertaining
made.
at all.
The joke was made. But basically, in a nutshell, their major point, like I said, their major point was a topic was covered ad nauseum when it's all going down. And it went on for over a month. And now that Salvo has come back and this breaking topic of Babs actually talking to Salvo and Edwin, everyone's kind of quiet and they're frustrated by that. And I can understand where they're coming from. And when you, and I'll just be honest with you here.
I don't understand that. I don't understand why they're frustrated. Again, I don't understand why they feel like I guess it's fair. Okay. If there were channels out there that were covering it and talking about it and was going into detail about all the nitty-gritties and things like that, I guess it's fair, maybe, assumption that they would expect that these channels would continue to talk about them, I guess, when they made their return. The thing of it is, though, guys, there has not been anything revealed to date that I've heard, because I've listened. I think I've listened to just about every possible stream out there. I went back and re-listened to some streams. I've listened to streams across multiple different channels, right? I've listened to streams on Tommy C's. I've listened to streams on Xylee's. I've listened to streams on Edwin's. I've listened to streams on Salvo, right? I've even went back and listened to some of the streams on my own channel. As much as I detest and hate to listen to myself talk, I've even went back and listened to see, was there something that I said, or was there something that, and I was like, because maybe there's been so much put out there, there's been so much of it, but everything that I've heard so far to date, unless there's going to be something brand new revealed in this podcast here, there's been nothing new that I'm aware of that's been revealed publicly, other than there was an allusion, or not allusion, an alluding to an incident that happened in this, whatever, what was it called? The chicken room, or the, I don't know what the hell it was called, the chicken room, whatever. That's the only thing that I've heard people talk about, a Keo, and the night that Edwin and Salvo and Babs were all over on Salvo's stream. Babs brought it up there, right? This chicken room. Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Maybe there's going to be something, but let's get back to the thing here. Maybe it's covered. But today I haven't heard anything new, so I really don't know what it is that they are wanting it to be discussed. It's like this new stuff. I don't get that. But anyway.
This is the perfect topic for now recording. Make sure you have both hands on the wheel and not one on your dick. All right, so Edwin's side of the story. Does anyone have anything to say before I start?
Good.
I mean,
good,
just
man.
other than just the bias thing. I mean, we all have our biases, right? We all come into this with our biases. I'm slightly biased, obviously.
Yeah, I called it the chicken room. K-Huck. Was that not what it's called? What was it called? Was it not the what was it called? I don't even remember. The cat. Okay. Purple Paw Prints. There it is. My keeper. Okay, the cat room. Whatever this is how much I care about this shit. Nicole Beaver, laughing obnoxiously after everything you say doesn't make you funny. Nicole, honey, I'm gonna have to disagree with you a little bit there. I love Beaver's laugh. And him laughing is what cracks me up. I find him, I'm sorry, I find Beavers funny as hell. I love Beavers.
Yeah, I like Xylee, and I was on that Xylee stream, and I had my personal bona fides with this whole thing. Matt's former SNT. I mean, Beavers is like a fellow degenerate, I mean, like Mitch is Australian, he doesn't know anything. So it's like, I mean, it's like a whole thing. Like we all have our biases, is what I'm saying.
I'm not former SNT.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry. No, you were. I meant you were in the Discord, is what I meant.
What? And what?
Whoa! Whoa! Are there secrets coming out? Was Matt secretly part of the S&T? Was he on team? Was he part of the Savo Discord? Is tea being spilt there by Max? Interesting.
Discord.
You were in the weren't you in the Salvo Discord?
He's in every
The
Discord.
Salvo News Team Discord? No.
No? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got.
I tried
never mind.
to. I
He
tried
he's
to.
throwing out
Wait,
accusations without evidence.
is Beaver's a real degenerate then? I'm confused.
Yes.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
welcome to the club, buddy.
No comment.
So Edwin's side of the story starts like this. Edwin's side of the story starts like this. He meets Babs in the Instagram DMs.
Okay.
She's been watching his content, and she said on a Xylee stream that she had been watching Xylee for a year. So she has been watching content, knew who Edwin was. She was familiar with the community. They're talking. He's bringing her on streams. They make jokes about meeting up. He jokes about her boobs. And there's also a joke I specifically remember about them going to Buffalo with her, where Salvo drives and they, quote unquote, get to know each other in the back seat. Heyo. Edwin hangs out with Salvo in Ohio. Everyone knows that. He flew to Ohio to hang out with Salvo, did a couple streams. And then Babs drives over and they all go into Salvo's car as he drives to Buffalo. At some point, she changes her shirt while they're in the car and I think she goes like in the backseat, I can't remember. And she makes jokes about which shirt she wants to wear and which one looks better and sexier, etc. Keemstar show happens. Everyone gets wasted. They go to a bar. They come back. They get even more drunk. The whole Nicholas DiOrio N-word thing happens as well.
Yeah, this is all new known stuff, right? We're not we're no new ground here so far, Matt.
Well, at some point, Babs offers everyone boob shots, and Chris and
Oh yeah, I remember this because we were busting Kristen Ark balls over on the because that all came out actually over on Clear as Mud podcast, right? Matt had called in and Kristen Ark was there, whatever, and we started busting his balls because I thought a titty shot was when they poured the booze down their boobies and you suckled the booze off of the boobie. I didn't know was they put the shot glass in between the boobs and they had to come in and take the what do you call it, the shot glass out of between the breastises, right? Breastises, whatever, and do that, right? So they had to straighten me out on that one. But yeah, I mean that was kind of, I think that story kind of broke over there on Clear's Mud that day. That was funny. I thought it was hilarious. We busted his balls because he wouldn't do a booby shot.
Narc says he's good because he's crossfaded and he's not trying to throw up. And they give Chris shit for refusing. Everyone goes to bed. Brantley and Keem in one room, Chris in another, and Edwin and Salvo and Babs take the bed in the living room. At some point, they start wrestling, and Babs and Salvo wrestle, and it's very flirtatious. And then at some point, they end up in bed together. Babs in between Salvo and Edwin. The three start making out together. Babs making out with Edwin, then turning to Salvo. Babs then turning back to Edwin, then turning back to Salvo. And then Babs says she wants to have basically like she wants to have sex with Edwin. And Edwin wants the first time to be special, so he doesn't want to. So then she moves to Salvo, and this is where Salvo claims that she had asked, what about Salvo? Like asking everyone, like, what about Salvo? Salvo claims Babs initiates by putting her leg onto his leg, and what happens is a consensual threesome where Salvo and Babs have intercourse, and Edwin makes out with her. Sex happens, they go to bed, wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, say their goodbyes, and hit the road. They drive for a while. Babs is hungover, so she decides to go in the back seat, and Edwin sits in the front so she can have more space. She puts the shirt over her head to avoid the sun because she's hungover and the sun is killing her. During that car ride, they're talking about the night before, and they ask what she thought about that night, and she says she enjoyed it, and yada yada yada. You know, at some point she puts her feet on the console, and they end up talking about her feet. She says she thinks her feet are ugly, and they're like, "No, your feet are pretty." And they start to give her a foot massage, and as they're giving her a foot massage, they're asking like, "Is this cool?" And they're giving her the foot massage. Everything with one hand. Edwin with one hand, Salvo with the other. Edwin was adamant that there was no toe sucking, but they did kiss the toes. During this awkward process,
Okay, so no toe sucking, but did kiss the toes. Nasty? I don't know. I mean, toxic. The cat room is the real story here. I don't know if it is or it isn't. Maybe we'll finally get the cat room story. I don't. Okay, so we are almost 15 minutes into this thing, and we haven't heard anything different or new. So, all right, here we go.
they are asking if it's okay, etc., etc. And from Edwin's point of view, consent was given.
Okay.
Salvo asks if he can whip out his dick, and after
What? I don't even understand why that was even a whatever.
both say yes, that is when the penis comes out, and it was not a hard penis. Again, this was all asked, and there apparently was.
So let me get this right. So basically, the missile was brought out, but was not armed and dangerous. Is that what we're going? Jesus. Okay, whatever.
Consent given. Edwin claims they did not pull over during this. This whole interaction was around 5 minutes long, and just a side note, no ejaculation took place. Bab's story is that she's uncomfortable during this and keeps her shirt over her head. And Edwin and Salvo claim the shirt was always over her head, and she keeps peeking out to smile at them like some weird game of erotic peekaboo.
Okay. Again,
It ends, and they continue to drive. They pull over to a gas station, and Edwin gets out to pee. Salvo claims that Babs calls him sexy and tells him that he could come with her in the back seat if Edwin didn't mind. Edwin comes back, they drive home, get home, and Salvo goes inside while Edwin goes with Babs as they drive to Pittsburgh. Half hour in, Edwin realizes he's forgotten his passport, but Babs decides to keep going because she doesn't want to turn around because she's already going to be driving for a while. They get to her place. She shows him around. He puts his stuff in one room, and Babs says, no, not that room. Go to another room. And says that this room isn't a room for guests. And the room that's not for guests is the dreaded cat room.
well, finally we got the cat room. Lord Jesus, it's a room not for guests. Okay. Whew.
Around this time, Babs starts getting kind of annoyed because Edwin keeps using what she refers to as baby talk. Oopsie whoopsie, gotta take a poopy, stuff like that. Like that type of stuff like that, and tells him to knock it off, and it's annoying her. Edwin is noticing that she seems a bit perturbed by him and annoyed. They go out to eat, and Edwin cracks a joke like, hey, you're sitting with the YouTuber, and Babs does not like this at all. And it seems like as Edwin is trying to break the ice with his humor, Babs is getting more and more and more annoyed by him. Eventually, one night, Edwin joins Xylie's stream with Doc on the radio, Beavers, Toxic, me, Ruin Leon, and Xylie. And the whole boob shot thing, the titty shot thing, has already come out with the whole Chris and Ark stuff. And everyone, including me, have been teasing Chris all day about it on why he didn't take the shot. When Edwin joins, that conversation sparks up again. Mm-hmm. And Xylie kind of goes after Edwin, and she feels like he was trying to pass her off to Chris. Like, why are you passing your girl off to another dude? And Edwin jokes that it's just a test. It's just a test. More jokes are made, calling Edwin Epstein and Babs.
Hold on. It was just a test? What do you mean it was just a test? I don't understand that either. Why test for what? Loyalty? I mean,
Ghislaine Maxwell, and a grooming joke is insinuated. Edwin says that Chris and Ark is gonna write a twit longer on her, and Babs jokes back and calls Chris vanilla for not taking the shot. And it's pretty funny back and forth, nothing weird, nothing aggressive. Also, Edwin is asked if Babs is his girlfriend and says no. After Edwin leaves the stream, Babs and Edwin seem to get into a fight over the jokes because she didn't appreciate being disrespected in her own house and felt like Edwin was insinuating that Babs was being weird with Chris. It gets very heated to the point where Babs tells him to leave, but Edwin can't get an Uber, so he goes back to his room. But he forgot which room it was and goes into the dreaded cat room. Babs.
Oh, he went into the room where no people are not allowed to go into. So what is so dreadedly horrible about this room, or so private, that because Babs, the way she alluded to it on Savile Stream that night, that this cat room is some kind of like, was this like Superman's, Fortress of Solitude or something? I mean,
finds him in the cat room and loses her shit, and Edwin is kind of freaking out as she's yelling at him, not knowing what to do. He says, sorry, goes to the other room. Babs comes back, yells at him some more, sorry, then calls a friend of hers and tells this friend what happened about the cat room, and Edwin's just kind of sitting in the room listening to Babs yell while talking to her friend about Edwin. Eventually, things calm down and chill out, but it's still an awkward few days where nothing seems to really work. Edwin's not really into her, and Babs seems to have lost all respect for him. At some point, Edwin finds himself in the bathroom crying on the phone to his ex-girlfriend Mina about it while he tells her what's going on. And then also, around this time, at some point, Bo Blacks finds out that Edwin has been talking to Olivia, and Edwin actually tells Babs about it and ends up crying on the couch about it. Everything apparently ends somewhat on a good note, but it's still really awkward, and Edwin goes back to Arizona to get ready for his trip to Mexico. At some point, he goes on a stream with Xylee, where Brantley shows up in chat and reveals that Babs is with her and Keem in South Carolina, catching Edwin totally off guard. You can tell Edwin is uncomfortable and awkward, trying to figure out what to say to this. Now, as I was watching the stream, it kind of felt to me like Edwin was seeing everything kind of come together, and it looked like he was really confused. And maybe that was to me, it was like he was coming to the realization that it's possible that Keem might know about the threesome and all this stuff because now he's hanging out with Babs, with Brantley. But again, this is all just speculation for me. Edwin felt like this was more like her trying to move up, up the ladder, I guess.
Up what ladder? Okay. All right, my thoughts so far, because I think we kind of have Edwin's perspective for this whole thing, right? So let's take everything that we kind of have ingested here. Let's, Matt's retelling of this conversation that he had with Edwin about, whatever, after, because one thing that has not been really, I think, discussed too much was what happened post the trip back from Buffalo back over to Ohio, and then subsequently Babs and Edwin going back to her place in Pennsylvania. So when the conversation happened the other evening on Savo's stream, Babs kept referring to Edwin as her man. Edwin kept saying, your man, and even Savo was like, well, Edwin, was you her man? So that was the whole thing. This is just, I guess, this is my takeaway or perspective on this. Is it sounds like to me, maybe Babs looked at her and Edwin's relationship differently, maybe than what Edwin looked at it as. I know that Babs made the statement that Edwin and her had several conversations, lengthy, conversations, I assume over the phone calls or what have you. And so maybe this is a thing where, what is this? What would you call it? A woman scorned, maybe, type thing. I don't know if that's it. I mean, I don't know if this was a deal where Babs kind of had some feelings for Edwin, and Edwin was not reciprocating those feelings. She even made the statement she felt like Edwin should have been, standing up or protecting her or whatever, maybe fighting for her attention a little bit more, fighting for her affection a little bit more. I think that was kind of what I took away from some of the statements she made. I don't know. And more secondly, quite honestly, if this really, truly what Matt just shared with us, if that's truly what happened, how hard would it have been to have fired up a stream and just told that story? I think truthfully here, I think if Edwin would have done simply that and just came above board and clear, I think the initial reason why people were so upset with Edwin was the fact that he lied on stream about knowing about the infidelities that Savo had engaged in, because he in fact was there present when one of these infidelities actually occurred. And I think that was one of the reasons why, people really kind of fell out with Edwin initially. I'm going to say this. If this truly is accurate or somewhat accurate, because I feel like there's Edwin's story, there's Savo's story, and then there's Babs' story, right? Somewhere in the middle is the truth. One of the things that I do know is when somebody regales a story, like you have a situation, you have, 2 or 3 people, whatever, engaged in a situation, each person is going to tell the story a little bit differently. Why? Because of what these boys said, these young, or what the guys here now recording said at the beginning. Biases, right? People naturally, instinctively are going to tell a story, right, back, that does 2 things. One, it's going to put them in the very best possible limelight that they can, especially if it's a bad situation. They're going to portray it to where they are going to look as less guilty or less, whatever, as possible. Secondly, if there is somebody in there in the situation that they presume or they call a friend, or they identify that person as a friend or whatever, they're going to tell the story first, like to say, them in the best light, and secondly, where their friend is also as in a good a light as possibly portrayed, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you take Edwin's story, you take Savo's story, you take Babs' story, there's a lot of overlapping where everything is the same. The story and the crux of it is the same. It seems like the only top really there's any argument or difference of opinions about is a stinking shirt over her head. That's really the only point of contention. Babs' point of contention is because she was uncomfortable. Savo and Edwin's is because they thought she was doing it because of being hungover from the night before. The truth of the matter is it could be both. It could be both. How do we know it could be both? Well, Edwin himself on that stream that night did apologize to Babs. And he said, I apologize because I didn't pick up or I didn't identify that you were uncomfortable in the situation. Okay, so even Edwin acknowledged that both of those things could be true, right? So, again, back to what Matt said also, right? The one thing that has been adamant by Babs this whole time is there was nothing that was done that was wrong, right? That it was all consensual was the word, right? Consensual. So, if this was what happened, how much, honestly, let's be honest about this, right? How much of this whole dust up, everything that occurred, whatever, right, could have been avoided? Really, truly, how much of it could have been avoided if these 2 guys who had huge platforms would have just came out and be truthful? But here's the problem, right? Edwin, trying to be, I guess, a friend to Salvo, lied about the infidelities. So that kind of puts a little bit of a stain on his reputation as far as being truthful. And well, Salvo, right? You never know when Salvo is telling the truth or if he ever told the truth. It's Salvo, right? So you have to take anything that Salvo says with a grain of salt, right? So there is that. But if all three parties, for the most part, are agreement on the major things, then all this really boils down to is three adults that engaged in adult activities. They were all of age to consent to these activities. And if none of them went to law enforcement and filed any type of, then it's not even something that should have been being talked about other than laughing at them for getting drunk and doing something potentially stupid. If you want to get on a moral, stand, pulpit or whatever, and talk about the fact that Salvo was cheating on his wife, and you want to stand in judgment of that, go ahead, fine, whatever. But ultimately, that's between him and his wife, right? So whatever. It just, to me, it's. I think the one thing that is the most perplexing to me, honestly, if I really get down to this whole situation, this is what I don't understand. You have Edwin, who's a man in his 30s. You have Salvo, who is a man who's almost in his 30s, late 20s, almost 30, that allowed themselves to be put into a position like this, to where something like this could have even happened. I don't. Oh, it looks like Abby wants, so let's bring Abby in here. Good evening, Abby. How are you this evening?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I don't. I've said my piece. I don't understand. There's nothing new here, but.
Okay. Because I have so many questions, okay? Because, during this stuff, I was, totally checked out. When Edwin or Salvo was exposed, I was going through my own shit. So, I have a couple understandings, where Edwin was maybe in a similar situation, which, if anybody knows, I'm, relatively entwined with, I won't say intertwined, but, connected to Salvo. He supported me for whatever reason, and, whatever that is history. But I had been told multiple times that he was either getting a divorce or separated, and this was before it was all a big hoopla. And so even with that information, I never shared it because it's not my information to share, one.
Sure.
And two, so as much as I saw the ring, and I even complimented his wife one time, in a private call, and then I was told information afterwards. And so I just kind of was under the impression that it was one of those situations, not my business to touch with a 10-foot pole. And so I could also understand where Edwin was in a similar situation, being even if he did know, even if he saw her, whatever, that's not your situation to touch. So,
Sure.
and I think Keemstar had a similar understanding too, from what I remember. So as much as infidelities or whatever, admitting to the infidelity, whatever, you could admit being yeah, I knew, but what, I'm not a divorce attorney. Like you said, I'm not the cops. What am I supposed to do with that information? And I'm really confused, as much as the whole, I know, I agree with you. If they're not going to the cops, what's it fucking matter? Why was it ever public?
Yeah.
A huge issue I'm having, because I understand where they're frustrated that that Xylee said what she said about the situation, and that the only apology was handled via Twitter. That's what I'm understanding. It was only Twitter, and then a private VC call that I guess isn't private. And the only reason I'm so sympathetic with that is because when Keemstar decided to tweet to his 2.4 million follower Twitter account that Salvo said he had sex with Abby Blackbird, the only apology I got was in passing on a 10K stream on the Keemstar show. So as much as I understand that the
Mhm.
vice versa is frustrating and hurtful and very
Mhm.
harmful, even with I have no following, right? I have maybe 100 of you guys. Other than that, like on the flip side of that, they have hundreds of thousands. Like he has what, 300,000 subscribers? Like that's not okay. Regardless, I think if you're gonna do it on one platform and talk about it, you should do it on the same platform and apologize about it. That's one huge thing that people would give Blair White shit about back in the day.
Mhm.
So those are two huge points of contention because I've talked to Salvo. I've talked to Salvo multiple times since. I've talked to Edwin multiple times since. I've not really talked to Babs because I don't really know her. And obviously I have my gripes with Xylee. And that's kind of where I stand. I don't know if any of that is helpful, but
Well, Edwin, I guess, feels a certain way and feels that, and maybe I think Sabo, based of kind of on their some of the statements and things, they feel like people should have called out Xylee for that stream. Okay. I don't know what they want people to call her out about. And I'm not
I
trying to
just
be,
think that she has
I
a habit of
okay.
like mistalking on things.
Okay. So here's what I'll say. So people in this sphere, whatever, right? I've said this numerous times. Go back, you can check me on this. You can, you know, people way too many times jump out and make statements and make accusations and stuff all the time with waiting for all the information to come forward, right? Is that a fair
Mm-hmm.
statement? Is that a fair
Oh,
statement?
I've experienced that
Okay.
more
Okay.
than
All right. So that's why I personally have done my very best to not talk about these type of situations where it's a he said, she said type of situation. I've done my very best to not to try to cover these things and speak to guilt or this or anything like that, right? Will I sometimes cover things if it's in the news cycle? Possibly. I will share other people's thoughts, other people's opinions. Sometimes I will give a concurring opinion or agreeing opinion. Sometimes I will disagree with it completely, totally. This whole situation here at the end of the day, and I think I'm pretty much I've stayed constant on this thing, is this was three adults that engaged in three activities, and no one ever stated that there was anything that illegal occurred. Period. Right? Now, that being said, people make decisions and they will say things that are a product of what they experience in life, right? So what I mean by that is this. You can see a situation, Abby, and I can see a situation, and you're going to have a certain feelings or a certain reaction to it, and I'm going to have a certain feeling, a certain reaction to it that can be totally different because your life experiences and what you've experienced and lived through, I have not lived through, and vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I can say is this, is Xylee's life experiences and what she's lived through, right, can cause her to feel a certain way about a situation. And I can look at the same situation and say, well, I haven't had those life experiences. I would not react or I would not say what was said.
Right.
But I'm not going to sit there and tell you that you cannot feel this way because your life experiences are different to me. So I'm not going to sit there and say what Xylee, was in the wrong per se, or was in the right. That's right. Xylee. That's for Xylee to say, right?
100%.
And what I'll also say is, because Edwin kind of, for lack of a better word, the other day on one of his streams, he kind of made a statement towards me. He said, wanting to know why I had not addressed what Xylee has said, because he said, that was a really fucked up thing to say and do, right? And here's the thing. I will admit to Edwin I could see how that would be a very real fucked up thing saying do, because Edwin is one of the parties that these things are being, these allegations are being tossed at, right?
Mhm.
So I understand where he's coming from on that. I get that, right? If I was, and I think I can say this, and I can say it with some certain clarity. If I was foolish enough to allow myself to be put in that type of situation, I would be I would be highly upset too to have those type of allegations levied at me as well. But I would think I
Right.
would be more upset with myself that I allowed myself to be put into a situation like that, even where those type of allegations could even be levied at me. Period. Right. So, with that being said, all I know is I did not make any allegations towards anyone about anything. Period.
Yeah, even
Za-
your banter with Salvo was more than friendly and like, come on, can't we just be friends? Like,
yeah,
you've not been
I'm,
like hostile at all.
this whole thing about how, people have banned him out of this and that and whatever else. I haven't banned anybody from anything.
Mhm.
I don't even block people on Twitter. I'm probably one of the most easiest persons to have a conversation with, as long as you engage in a very honest conversation, and you're not just being rude, or you're not just being just blatantly just disingenuous. I'll have a conversation with you. But if I get the feeling that, that I get the impression that you're starting to be really rude, or that you're just flat out lying, I really don't, it's a waste of my time. And I really don't want to have a conversation with people like that. I don't have a whole lot of time left. You know what I'm saying? I'm 55 years old, for crying out loud. And so,
No, your time is worth money, and your money is worth time.
exactly.
Okay?
Right. So here's the thing about it too. Right. And so I understand. So I don't know if Edwin will see this or not. So listen to me. I'm going to say this real clearly, Edwin. I 100% understand why you got upset by that. I can appreciate that. I can. I can also say that you were extremely foolish as a 30-year-old man, or whatever it is, 30-something-year-old man, to allow yourself to be put into a situation like that to begin with. Listen,
Yeah.
you're not a 20-something-year-old young man anymore. You're a 30-something-year-old adult. You're supposed to put away those foolish actions and those foolish behaviors and stuff, and quit living life like you're on perpetual spring break, dude. It's time to grow up a little bit. It's time to mature a little bit. And what I would say to you, sir, and this is just a little humble advice, is before you start throwing rocks at Xylie's glass house, you might possibly, just considering, you might possibly want to take a look at your own little glass house, and look at maybe some of the accusations that you have hurled at people and have never, ever once produced anything other than lip service on it.
Damn.
That's all I'm
What
going
a
to say.
Tommy C moment without the yelling. I'm here for it.
That's all I'm going to say. Listen, I do not have any harsh feelings towards Edwin. I don't have any harsh feelings towards Salvo. I will say this. I personally don't care if Edwin, I don't personally care if Salvo is in this space. I don't care if they're making content. I don't care.
You don't care.
I honestly,
It don't pay your bills. It don't make you happy.
It doesn't. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. I will say this. I don't necessarily like some of the things that Salvo has done. I think he has stepped over some lines for me. But here's the deal. Those are my lines. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to condemn the man. But what I can say is I can limit my interactions with him.
Yeah.
But Salvo is free to live his life however he sees fit. But I would caution him on this too. Some of the things that he has done most recently in this most recent stream could be construed and can be taken where he stepped over some lines that could possibly get him in trouble with YouTube.
TOS, yeah.
Yeah. Now, Salvo, if you don't want to, you hollered all this last summer about blackball this, blackball that, whatever else. The only one that's blackballing you, my dude, is you by your own actions and behavior. Now, I'm saying that with all sincerity, and I'm trying to be just as kind as I can. Like I say, I want everybody to be as successful as they possibly can be. And I have no problems with people coming out here and, talking smack and having some fun and a little banter back and forth, whatever. And if they like to do this blood sports crap, knock yourself out. That's not me, but whatever, do you. But, at the end of the day, you just need to understand that this is not our playhouse. This is Google's playhouse. This is YouTube's playhouse. They have certain rules that you have to live by. And if you can't live by them, then they're going to show you the door. So, and
to agree with you too, I've told Edwin so many times, just make a freaking video and get it over with, and do what you've done with Creepshow. Do what you've done with what is the other things? The I think it's Seer shit, but it was somebody else that was like trolling him, and then he like got into crypto. I remember that time period. And then he just moved on and did other things. Like, just move on. Like, the hate train is so much fun. It's exhilarating. We all did it with Deaf Noodles, right? And then we were like craving for the next thing. I'm not me personally, because like I lived it, but everybody else was like, oh yeah, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And it's fun, but like, move on. You do good quality content. Your freaking Marilyn Manson video is one of my favorite videos of all time, because the quality of it was just so good. I've shared it with so many people, but like, you need to do your content again and move on from this. Like, this, everybody doesn't want to live here. And I have said what I said about Xylee. I've said what I've said about that situation at hand, but it's not my situation to handle. I can't go to like Keemstar because I don't want to, one, but two, like, I can't go and be like, hey, do you mind on your Twitter saying that like I didn't like fuck Salvo? Like, I'd appreciate it. Like, it's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so just know where you're at, know what's happening, know it is what it is. Know that sometimes it takes somebody lying about their mom not dying for things to turn around, and that's just what it is.
Well, listen, I appreciate you. I've got some more callers, Abby, but you have a wonderful evening. All right, hon?
You as well.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Mr. CJ Brown, how are you doing this evening?
What's going on? How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. First of all, I got to say, one thing that you said that was so alarming you said, I'm 55. I'm close to death. What are you talking about? No, you're not. Get the fuck out.
All right. So here's the deal. If
you play up this fucking old man shit all the time, you're 55. Come on.
Okay. So I'm 55 years old. So let's say I live till I'm 80 years old, right? Okay. So that's 25 years, right?
It's a lot of time, man. That's a lot of time.
So here's the thing. What I mean by that, when I say I'm 55 years and I don't have a lot of time, what I mean is I have a lot more water that's passed under the bridge than I have to come over the bridge still. Does that make sense?
See, I feel like you lean into like the PeePaw thing.
Well, of course I'll lean into it.
70 years old.
Of course I'll lean into it. Of course I'll lean into it. Why not? I mean, of course. All right, so here's the question, CJ. Honestly, how many other people that you know that's my age that gets on here and talks about this type of nonsense?
You're the oldest guy I know that talks about Mr. Beast.
Exactly. Or talks about Edwin or Salvo or whoever else, right? I mean,
yeah. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about, by the way.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Catch me up to speed. What's kind of your like main takeaway on the Salvo, Edwin, and Xylee? Because I heard you were bringing up. Actually, first I want to hear like, so you're like, okay, how do I put this? Because Xylee, I think she even knows she made a really big mistake. Like the way she was talking about the whole situation was like, I mean, it was just super inappropriate. Just the way she was talking about it, and it's not.
But
it's not that she isn't allowed to have her opinion. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I listen. Me and Xylee, we're cool right now.
Yeah.
And I think she would largely agree with a lot of what I'm saying. I think when you start saying things like that is sexual assault, that adds like a whole new element to the fucking situation.
Right. So let me ask you a question. So let's turn the tables just a smidgen. Do you mind if we turn the tables just a smidgen, CJ?
Okay.
Okay. So you and Parking Tigers, right, were the catalyst that initially started the whole onslaught of women that was coming forward and that brought the original stories and what have you with Sabo, correct?
And I'm learning a lot of this stuff.
No. Hang on. That's an accurate statement, correct?
Yes. Well, I was just adding. I'm learning that some people definitely lied about some stuff.
Exactly.
So,
okay. So
that's definitely to be considered. Okay. That's definitely to be considered. All right.
But
listen, I'm learning this stuff as I go, and I'm trying to tell people what I learn as I go.
I get that, and I appreciate that you're admitting that you did. Was it safe to say that maybe you kind of jumped the gun on that and kind of thought, man, here's my chance to break this story, and then Sabo's really a hot topic right now. He's like red fire.
No, and I got no fucking pleasure out of that whole situation. That whole thing was a fucking nightmare.
Okay, but hang on.
I was concerned, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Some of the stories made it seem like Salvo was hurting the girls, and because of that, I got involved. But it's just he's a weird fucking fetish guy, and it was totally mutual. So who cares?
Okay, but so let's if we're gonna have a conversation about this stuff, which I'm all up for doing, CJ. We have to deal in what is reality. Okay.
Of course.
All right. Now, the reality of it was this, is that you are like me, you're a smaller streamer, right? Smaller channel. And so for you to break a story like this was irrespective if you got pleasure from or not, you have to acknowledge that this would be a really good opportunity for your channel, because it was going to put more eyes on your channel and potentially bring you a huge sub bump. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, you could look at it that way, but I mean, if you just look at my channel, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, but hang on. Is there not conversations or screenshots of conversation stuff where you kind of got upset with some of these girls because they decided rather than coming on and doing a show with you about it and everything, they went to Keemstar instead? Is that not accurate?
Well, let's be perfectly clear here.
Okay.
Some of the women in the commentary community are some of the worst human beings that you'll ever meet in your entire life.
Well,
and that'll need to, you got to figure that out on your own.
Okay.
That's all I'll say about that.
Well, here's what I'll say. I think that there are people in this part of the internet that are very self-serving, and they have only their interest. And I think it does not necessarily does it apply to just one gender. I think can be equally applied to both genders. So I think to say that, make the statement, well, these women in the commentary community are I just don't think that's a fair statement. So, and here's the thing, right? I'm not judging you. I'm not saying what you did was wrong or anything like that. But what I'm simply saying is I think, and by what you said, that you're learning as you go. I think you learned in that particular situation because you said that you've learned that some of these people that were telling you stories were liars, that maybe going forward, you have to learn to kind of dot your I's and cross your T's.
Of course, man.
Right? That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say.
It's been a huge learning experience. And to throw an old man phrase at you, you got one mouth and you got two ears. And that's the truth. Exactly.
So now, with that being said, and like I said, the whole situation with I'm not going to sit and I'm not going to, I guess, condemn. I guess that's what people, maybe they're kind of wanting is they're wanting, when I say people, maybe fans of Salvo and fans of Edwin's and Edwin and Salvo, whatever, they're wanting people to take Zali and hold her and take her to task over that whole stream. And
I think, frankly, more than fair.
Okay, well, what I'll say is, and this is what I said when just a little bit ago when Abby was here. Everybody, when they're they see a situation, right?
Mhm.
Their life experiences kind of controls, or not necessarily controls, but their life experiences is what guides them in when they make a decision and things that they say or do, right? And I think that's a fair statement. And so while I personally would not have handled the situation like Zadi did, knowing what I know, I totally understand why she did what she did. Okay. Now, so while that's all I want to say is, while I personally would not have done what I did, what she did, I understand why she did what she did, right?
Right. But you can also probably empathize with the fact that if some random person on the internet was essentially calling you a rapist, that you don't necessarily
whoa, we gotta stop, because she never said that. We have to agree.
She said sexual assault.
Okay, but that does not mean rape. We have to come to that understanding. Sexual assault does not equate rape.
I mean, we're getting right there, and both things are crazy to say.
I agree. I 100% agree. And here's the thing that I will say, and I said this repeatedly this evening. I don't understand why this was even a topic of conversation to begin with, because this was 3 consenting adults. None of these three adults ever went to any law enforcement agencies and filed any type of complaint or any type of allegations to where criminal charge. So why was it necessary to bring all this stuff out? Period.
100%. You're right on the money, PeePaw.
Okay. So who brought all these stories out? That's the question. How did these stories get out? Well, I can tell you.
We could definitely send me DMs. I'll give you answers to some of these questions.
Well, I know the answers. Here's the thing.
Huh?
I know the answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a crazy tangled web of bullshit, my friend.
The answers were because people started talking. They started telling tales, as they say, out of school. That's how it got out. And that's what happens. And that's what I'm saying. When you have a man who's in his 30s and a man who's in his late 20s, they're supposed to be smarter than this. They're supposed to say, hey, this is not a good decision. You can't keep living your life like a college kid on spring break out here making those type of decisions. That's what this was. Now you can say, well, we got intoxicated. Okay, fine. You got intoxicated. You did something that, some people could look at and say, ew, that's icky. Okay, fair enough. But none of them were intoxicated the next day, and they continued talking about the night before. They continued, having these conversations. And like I say, the thing about it again is no one ever went to law. So again, how did that all come out? Because again, people were talking. Someone said something in a stream somewhere that got someone upset. Well, then that person got upset. Well, then I'm going to tell this over here, and vice versa. And boom, boom, bada bing, bada bing. And then before you know it, everything comes out. And so, and even in this podcast that now recording put out, and Matt just told his conversation that he had with Edwin that supposedly he's supposed to fill in the gaps. The only gaps that got filled in was this kitten room or cat room or whatever it was a room where guests were not allowed to go into, and Edwin mistakenly went into it, and Babs got upset and yelled at him, and they had, whatever, and they had an argument or fight about him being in that room, and that was it. That was the extent of it. But they kept alluding to this room like it was some sort of like I don't know, Superman's Fortress of Solitude, and there was like these great secrets or something that occurred in it. And it was nothing other than a simple misunderstanding. He went into the wrong room and got yelled at. So why are we talking about this shit?
I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that people love playing a game of telephone. One thing I've noticed is that there's only a couple people that actually have the fucking balls to reach out to you before they do something in order to like kind of correct the record. So you're getting like secondhand or third-hand versions of things a lot of the times. And these people aren't even like checking in on the source to figure out if something's true or not.
Well, see, that's a very good point. And that was one of the things that, like on the Tommy C stream, where it all came out about when the menage a trois was revealed to have actually been a real thing and happened. And Edwin revealed that on Tommy C's stream that day. And he revealed it because Nick came in and started asking him questions about stuff. And Nick said this statement, and it was something that I'd never heard anyone in this community talk about really before, was because Edwin said something, he goes, ho, wait. He goes, is this the public narrative or the private narrative?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I love it when people say stuff like that.
And so I was like, okay, so that tells me that there's a story that's being told that is public, right? For the consumers, right? People like myself that watch these streams, the consumers, there's one story that's being told. And then behind the scenes, if you're in certain circles, then there's this other story that's being told, right? So to me, the question then becomes is, how do these people keep straight which one is which? How about this noble? Exactly. And that's how they tell off on
Nobody keeps their
themselves.
fucking story straight around. PeePaw, you've been here for long enough. These people are horrible journalists.
And you know what? And here's the thing. Here's how they become really good ones. You ready? It's real simple. Tell the truth. Just tell the simple truth. Tell it to the best of your ability, the best of your knowledge. Just tell the truth. Quit trying to present a public narrative versus a private narrative. It's not that hard, folks. Or at least to me, it's not. But there again, I'm a very simple person with very simple beliefs and expectations. And I don't, but anyway. So, the bottom line is like I said, I 100% understand Edwin and Savo's, reaction to what happened. I think it is reasonable, but I would also say to them, if they had not have made the choices that they made and put themselves in this position to begin with, then there would never have been any type of speculation. There would never have been a need for a public narrative versus a private narrative. And all of this would have never been a topic of conversation.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, this is kind of like a Keemstar cooked story in a lot of ways. And, if we want to pretend like that's not the truth, then we can. But, come on.
Well, again, Keemstar is Keemstar. And if you're going to climb on that roller coaster ride, you have to understand what you're climbing into when you get on that ride. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It's just that simple. Keemstar has not changed one iota from.
He is doing this weird thing where in a very public way, he's trying to like sexually dominate Edwin by being like, look, I fucked your girl. You couldn't get her, Edwin. It's so gross.
But do you think maybe that's all bravado? Do you think he's just doing that to try to, how do I say this?
I don't know. It's got like a gay BDSM component that makes me uncomfortable.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know anything about all that world. That is not a world I've ever existed in. It's not a world that I've done any research to. And if you say that's what it is, then fine, you can say that, but I'm not touching it.
It's a working theory.
It's a working theory. Okay. Well, I tell you what, you keep with that working theory, babe. So listen, I've got another caller. I do appreciate your time this evening, CJ. And Good luck over on your channel, man. Continue doing you and have a good evening. All right.
Thanks, PeePaw. Take it easy.
You too. Why so demented? Why are you demented, man?
I live up to my name. Everything's been going so well for me lately, and it's
That's
like
awesome.
all of this drama is like me and Abby, we made up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Me and a lot of other people, we made up, and all this huge and drama going on. It's just like, huge and just keeps getting worse and worse. Salvo came on my show last night and tried to play the whole, remove the mint, and it's like, it's my show, you fucking dumbass. And he's like, you won't kick me, and I kicked him immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so just out of curiosity, why were you kind of wanting him to even come on your stream? Because you had to know that's why he was going to act. I mean, you know.
I wasn't expecting that. I mean, but yeah,
come on.
now I know. Now I know, you know.
Okay, so you, I guess, lived and learned. I guess that's the takeaway on that. Yeah,
one of those, but it's
like I said, here's the thing with, like I said, with Sabo. Sabo is Sabo. Sabo, I originally I first thought that what we were getting was this character that he was playing. I don't really believe that. I think that is who he is. I've had some off the air, whatever you want to call it, conversations with Savo. I do think he can be a fairly decent person if it's beneficial for him to be decent at the time. But like I said, it's I guess with Sabo, the takeaway from that is buyer beware. And he can come onto a stream and he can definitely energize it, and he can be entertaining or whatever, but you don't know, where it's going to end up or what he could possibly say or do. And so, like I say, just buyer beware on that. That's all I'll say. So.
Yeah, and it's like it's like I wanted to talk to him about the Hugin thing, right? Because he dropped Hugin on stream because Hugin threw a big ass temper tantrum because he didn't get his way, and it's that was kind of expected. I called it.
Well, that's Hugin, right? I mean,
and
I don't
giant man baby.
Well, he and I kind of had a conversation, or I tried to have a conversation with him, but that didn't work out so well. I mean, he, whatever. I guess that's neither here nor there. Whatever. I mean, he's made his decision, and he still likes to talk to me behind a block or try to throw insults or whatever. So I guess dude, whatever.
He's a pussy like that.
Yeah. So,
well, he likes his own narrative.
Okay, so I've watched your streams every now and then. I catch them every now and then. I watch them and stuff. And you've got some good stuff going over there, man. Just keep working hard at it. That's all I can say.
Last night I was surprised because I got the most live viewers I've ever had.
Okay.
Right? And I've been at this for only 3 months, right?
Yeah.
And I hit 47. That's amazing.
That's awesome, dude. The one thing I'll tell you that I've personally learned is consistency. Like, if there's certain nights that you can do your stream or whatever, make sure you do them those nights at those same times. People get used to it.
Yeah.
And they will come in. And your channel will grow.
Oh yeah.
So, but no, just keep doing you, man, and do what you're doing. And like I say, because you've got some interesting characters that call in and interact. So, knock yourself out.
Myself too.
Yeah.
And it's always entertaining.
Exactly. It's always crazy. Listen, got another caller. I want to try to get these callers, and then I'm going to get back to the podcast. I actually want to finish watching this podcast. So, but you have a good evening, Demented. Yeah, no problem. Have a good evening, Demented. All right, Spectre. Well, hang on here. I thought I dragged him up in there. Okay, there you go. How you doing, Spectre?
How you doing, sir?
Hope
you're all well.
I'm doing great, man. Doing great.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got going on?
Well, currently, I think I should hopefully get my second video done by the end of the month.
Okay.
So that's cool. And so I have a couple of things to say regarding the Edwin Salvo situation, mainly because I'll admit I'm an orbiter. I don't really get involved with these kind of things. I kind of just sit from the sidelines and like have my own opinions on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from my point of view, I am a believer of that people deserve second chances in some way, shape, or form. And I
Sure.
feel as though that everybody in this particular situation, aside from one particular individual, has a second chance. And like everybody fucked up in some way, shape, or form, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from my point of view, I feel as though the only person I can't say will ever really truly change, mostly because he is who he is Salvo. I don't trust Salvo. I don't like Salvo. I have nothing. I don't want anything to do with him. I do not like him whatsoever. But I'm not going to go out of my way to like say condemn him per se, because he is who he is and he's not really going to change for that.
Yeah.
But in regards to Edwin, my issue with that is it's been 4 months since this whole drama started. He should have just done his video, giving his side of the story, and like mentioned before, given his side of the story and then move the fuck on. Because having it dragged on for this long does not do him or Salvo any good, I feel. And so with this in mind, though, I feel as though Edwin could have a potential chance to pick himself back up, per se, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, he can be able to, like, if he just dropped this and moved on with other content, he can continue to improve on this, on not only himself, but just how he handles situations later on as a whole. Because like you mentioned before, none of them went to the authorities to talk about any, like, in regards to any of this. So it's a huge mess up on their part.
Yeah.
In that regard.
I don't know if it's necessarily a mess up, because I don't know if there was necessarily anything that warranted going to law enforcement to begin with. Again,
that is a good point. Yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah, it's just the entire situation is just very wishy-washy, and that's kind of why I stayed away from it so much, because so much of it is like we don't know the full details, and nobody's willing to tell us.
Yeah,
and so yeah, and then one last thing before I go, because I'm going to be going downstairs with family.
Okay.
If this is just, it's regarding the now recording episode. If I ever hear Matt Pitt say anything similar to erotic peekaboo ever again, I will throw up. I will gain the talent to like control the velocity and direction of my vomit. Because I was like, no, Matt, no, no.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of times people say a lot of stuff like the cat room. Me having to say the cat room or whatever, calling it the chicken room or whatever.
True. Yeah.
There's sometimes some things that happen that are so, it's too weird for television, and but we talk about it. So anyway, well, this is Spectre. Have a good evening, Spectre. Thanks for calling in, and
absolutely take care of yourself.
Yeah,
sir.
You too. Good evening. All right, so hopefully, I think that's all the callers. So let's get back to while we're here, and because I really want to watch this podcast.
During this stream, Babs is listening to it back, and apparently did not like something that Edwin said on there, and sends him a text. This is the first time he's heard, and I'm going to read the text for you right now. Just give me a second. Everything good so far? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
You want from us acceptance, Matt.
Well, like the fucking class, just sitting here listening to the lecture.
All right.
Go on.
All right, so let me make sure I got the right text here.
You don't even have it ready?
Yeah, I got it ready. All right, it was really all just a joke, huh? You're a man. You're mean to me on streams, even when you're in my house. You call your ex and show to me how you're talking to Bo Black's girlfriend, asking her to fly her out around my birthday, sending her and shit we've never done. And then, like, I'm supposed to be cool. Then you're a completely new person when I meet you. I just hope you know I was falling for you all those hours we talked, and I feel like the person never existed, like the person was talking to all the time. Let me find my place. Time died. It emotionally hurts me when I didn't need it. I was really falling for you. This is sad. I hope your phone call with someone else until 5 a.m. is going well. Also, y'all were fucking weird in the car, and you know it. I was hiding my face under a shirt, so fucking watch your mouth about me offering your friend a titty shot at a party when I've never touched him. It's unreal. You got me to like you this much, and this is just what it is now. Now this is just a small snippet of a conversation that that the screenshots are in podcast topics if you want to read the rest.
Okay, so it was a deal where she, through the conversations that she had with Edwin over the however long a period of time, the months, I think it was, they said 3 or 4 months there that they had been talking, she had grown and had developed some feelings for him because they had these long conversations. It sounds like maybe she was a little bit jealous because he was calling his ex-girlfriend. He was talking to Bo Black's, I guess, ex or whatever. Whatever that situation was. So yeah, I mean, I'm starting to lean more towards maybe my thoughts were, of a woman scorned. If they say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, maybe that's what this is. Of course, we don't know what was said in those conversations, so we don't know if Edwin was, I don't know. Who knows? So.
If you want me to read the rest, I'll read the rest. It's up to you guys.
I mean, no,
Yeah.
not really.
I don't think you need to.
I mean, because okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I'll go back to where I'm at. Let me make sure. So Babs heard the stream. Text him this stuff. They have a back and forth on text, and this is the first time he's heard that the car ride. This was the first time that he's heard that the car ride was weird, and Babs may have been uncomfortable. And then they text back and back and forth, and things de-escalate. Babs texts Edwin that she thinks that Salvo told the SNT about the threesome, and it turns out that Salvo was making a joke about a threesome prior to all of the meeting. So he was basically just making a joke, like, yeah, me and Edwin are going to go have a threesome as a joke. It is before they had all went to Buffalo. But I guess from what Edwin is saying, when Babs heard that, she's assuming that he's talking about the threesome. So they talk on the phone, and Babs berates Edwin as he tries to figure out what the fuck is going on. This call was recorded by Edwin. Eventually, they come to an understanding, and Babs asks Edwin to not talk about anything that happened between them when it came to the car ride or the night before.
Okay, so guys, we're going to take just a real brief break. I've got to go get some more water because all this talking has got me parched. I'm going to play a little music. I'm going to put us on a BRB. I will be right back as quick as I can go get some more ice water, okay? Where's the music at? Here we go.
My love for you is pure like a morning dew. When you post your lewds and my heart jumps over the moon. You liked my tweet when I said you were thick with 2 C's. That's when I knew that I'd found the girl for me. And all I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly. And you make me feel like I'm the light of your whole world. But deep down I know I'm being used by an e-girl to pay for her G-Wagon. Yeah, oh, yeah, nice car, yeah, oh, please don't leave a scar on my heart. I've been subbed 1 year, so I just got a new badge. Now all the plebes in chat know that I've seen your vag. And I know someday you'll finally realize that I love you more than your boyfriend or those other guys. Yeah, all I have to do to have you is sign up for tier.
All right, I'm back. So here we go. Whew. All right. So let's continue on with the video here.
After Christmas, Salvo is exposed by the SNT Keemstar, like the SNT and Keemstar, and called a sex pest for sexting girls and cheating on his wife, etc., etc. It becomes a whole thing, and Salvo goes completely quiet. Edwin returns does a New Year's Eve stream. These streams tend to be really bad luck for Edwin, and he ends up burning pictures of Salvo as a bit similar to the bit of Salvo burning pics of Chris and Keemstar. He also plays a drinking game where he spins the wheel, and whatever he lands on, he has to do. So there's there's one for like drink whiskey, drink beer, drink water, and there's also a section called Truth. It lands on Truth. Brantley asks, "Did you help Salvo cheat?" In the chat, Edwin kind of looks like to me, kind of panics, says no, and says not to do him like that if you want to play that game. Keem also knew stuff, and yada yada yada. He also says he's a victim, which he claims is a complete joke, and he didn't mean literally that he was a victim. And the stream is actually very, very awkward, and is probably one of the worst streams he's done. Babs watched the stream and grew angry that Edwin was lying. Edwin claims he was trying to adhere to the promise of not talking about it. If he reveals that he helped Salvo cheat, then that means he may have to talk about Babs as well. Or if he tries to be vague about it, it could also open the door for people to speculate it was with Babs. Salvo returns, does the interviews, finds himself on Tommy's stream. At that point, Edwin has been going back and forth with Nick and Boblax in the DMs, and Tommy has already asked Salvo on stream about his sexual misadventures. On the Keemstar show, Edwin goes on stream with Salvo, and they're asked questions. Nick comes out, and comes on the stream, and he's confused from his DMs. It looks like Edwin has admitted to having sexual contact with Salvo in his DMs, but Edwin eventually reveals that no, they didn't. But there was a threesome. When Nick then brings up the point that if they had a threesome, that would mean Edwin helped Salvo cheat on his wife. All hell breaks loose, and one of the most entertaining streams of the year. Babs then goes on the Keemstar show to give her side of the story, and the rest is history. And that, my friends, is Edwin's side of the story, told to me in a private call.
So Edwin was raped by Babs, is what I'm hearing.
What?
Huh?
Wait, did I get that wrong? I'm sorry.
You might have.
What were you just listening?
Jesus.
Yeah, no. She shoved Babs shoved her toes into Edwin's mouth while he was staring at Salvo's dick because he was so gaily transfixed on Salvo's dick that he couldn't help himself, and he just went for the first thing that was just like, somewhat phallic, and it happened to be Babs's feet. So all I'm saying is that Edwin was graped by Babs. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, do you think Edwin or Salvo is the bottom?
Oh, jeez,
Edwin.
God,
I don't know. What's the structure?
What? Beavers, are you still in this chat? How did you? What? I blame you for this, Beavers. You didn't take control, and you didn't. This is your fault, Beavers.
I don't know why you guys needed so long to think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just got done talking a lot, so
I mean, I don't know. There
D-Max,
is the element
I didn't
of
get your opinion though. What is he? Is Edwin the bottom or is Salvo?
Edwin is the bottom.
I mean, I don't want to be homophobic, like Babs is, because Babs is a homophobe. You see, this is what the secret that you don't understand, right? Is that the entire time throughout this entire ordeal, right? She's been going on these live streams, Machiavellian-like. She's been telling this story, and she had it all planned out from the very beginning. So she wrote it down so that it wouldn't change. And she went from stream to stream, and she talked about all this stuff, and she was very vague about it. That there was a detail that nobody had ever heard about, never even conceived, right? Never even thought about. But then, right, she goes on, and I don't know if we're there, so stop me if we're not there, Matt. But then she goes on the Salvo stream, the recent Salvo stream, right, with Edwin and Salvo, where she's talking to them. And she reveals, right, this deep-seated thing about them that they've been trying to hide, which is the fact that, well, Edwin was out that he was bi already, but whatever. That he wanted to have sex with Salvo is the big breaking news. And the other breaking news is that Salvo was not in fact lying when he said that he was gay. We don't know if he was Jewish or if he is Jewish because we don't know if he lied about that either. But we do know that he is gay, and this is a homophobic act because they said it multiple times that Babs is being a homophobe with all of this. So I just want to say, as a member of, the Gay Filmmakers Alliance, that, it's homophobic. I think Babs is a homophobe, and she's probably a rapist, too.
Okay, that's not the reality.
God, what? I think, Max lives in Florida. And I'm wondering at this point, did Max get, some of the local what is that stuff they do down there? The bath salts or whatever the hell. Good Lord.
Action I was kind of expecting.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, like I said, I'm having an open mind about it.
Beavers?
I don't know. I feel like if I say what I'm going to say, it's going to kind of end the flow of the episode. So I don't really want to say it until everybody else has their. Unless you want me to take the reins, and we can all
Take the reins, Beavers. I do not want to be following grape allegations.
Here's the thing. I kind of like Mitch. Like if I'd have been in this conversation and all this stuff, whatever, I'd been like Mitch. I'd be over here like, somebody else talk. Jesus, take the wheel. No.
I don't know what you want, Matt.
Guys, I just said Edwin's side of the story.
All right.
You guys got questions? Anything like that?
No, because it doesn't change anything.
Exactly.
Okay. His side of the story changes absolutely nothing.
I agree with
because
Beavers.
It's always been a he said, she said
Bingo.
fucking ordeal. Right? No matter what one side says.
See, that's why I think Beavers and I get along so well. Right? Beavers take the wheel. Exactly. Beavers take the wheel. Beavers. It's right. It's a he said, she said. It's almost like, I promise you, I haven't watched this video. I have not. So why is Beavers and my, and I'm going to assume that Beavers' take and my take probably on this is pretty reasonably close proximity to each other. It's because it's just basic logic. This is not something that you have to get out and do like high math computations to figure out here. This is rudimentary stuff. It really, really is.
One side said is true and the other side said isn't true. It doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's he said, she said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't come to a conclusion about it. I can apply my own morals to the situation, but that's about all that I can do.
The worst they can say about Edwin after all of that is that Edwin is basically the feminist version of Darius. So
no, Edwin's a cock. Edwin's a cock.
Oh, I would never say that.
No, Edwin is a cock. I'll say it.
Well, all I'll say is this. This is the thing that perplexes is if we're going to, okay, fine. I'll just say this. This is the thing to me that is a little bit confusing because maybe I don't understand this stuff because this is a world that I've never existed in, and I never want to exist in, right? If Edwin never had intentions of having any type of sexual relations with Babs that evening, right? Because he quote unquote wanted it to be this Disney moment or whatever, right? That came out on that stream with Edwin and Sabo and her that the other evening, right? And Edwin Flout says he says you just got mad because I didn't want to fuck you, right? She also alleges in that stream that that Edwin grabbed Savo's penis. And, Edwin and Salvin both vehemently said, no, that didn't happen. And then Edwin says, well, you grabbed my penis, right? Telling Babs that, he grabbed. So here's my question. Two questions. One, and this one is probably, if you had no intentions of having any type of intimacy with Babs because you wanted their first time to be this Disney moment special thing, right? I guess implying that this threesome was torrid and so you weren't okay with that or whatever. And that's fine, whatever it is. I'm not judging here. I understand I'm not judging. I'm just asking questions. Why was you, because, and maybe I'm out here in left field or something, guys. And if I'm out here in left field on this, whatever, please chat, correct me on this. But if the three of them are in this bed and they're engaging in this, the frolicking and whatever that they're doing, right? And we know that Salvo and Babs had intercourse and stuff, right? And we know that Babs alleges Edwin grabbed Salvo, but they both said that didn't happen. Edwin then says, well, you grabbed me, referring to Babs. would that imply that Edwin was naked as well in this bed with Salvo and Babs? Why would you be naked in bed if you never had any intentions of having intercourse with her? That's the first question. My second question is if this was someone you had been talking to for months, why would you lay in bed next to them when they were having sex? That just is such a foreign concept to me that I can't wrap my limited understanding of things, I guess, around. I can't get that. I don't grasp that, right? Cuck. Okay. So Beaver says he's a cuck. Okay, fine, Beavers. He's a cuck. But why would he be laying naked in the bed, right? Next to these two that are having sex. I mean, maybe there's something to what Max is alluding to here. I don't know.
I can tell you when I went to the call with Edwin and he showed me like the screenshots, he showed me recorded calls. He showed me a lot, and it just I obviously, my main thing was, listen, man, if you're going to do a video, please concentrate on the car ride, because that was really fucking weird. So I want to hear your side of the story with the car ride. If you do the video, but I can also see like the Olivia stuff. The Olivia stuff was like, I think I kind of said, in the call that look, Babs might be a cloud whore, and I don't think that anymore. I think Olivia is a cloud whore. I think Olivia was trying. She would pile on. She would jump.
Both of them are.
Well, wait. What do you mean, Salvo? Wait. But Salvo said that she fucked Keemstar.
Yeah. Okay.
Did she?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Right, okay, right. I said it before the call, but you think that Keemstar's a lot of things, but the man ain't stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Keemstar is going to put his dick in something that has a wishy-washy grape allegation going on? Do you really think Keemstar's going to do that?
I mean, honestly, I don't know anything anymore, frankly, Beavers.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Beavers on this one.
I think that would be really dumb of Keem.
Exactly.
Maybe Keem is dumber than I think he is.
I think when it came to the what the fuck was that? A debate? A blood sport? I don't know. When Babs called in to, first of all, I want to say Babs should have not called into that. I don't know. I don't see why she called in.
Also, yeah. By the way, I want to add to that, since we're talking on that point, right? Mm-hmm. Babs, I don't know what's going on in your life, girl, but you have to have some self-respect.
like she's got to understand.
And they're calling her a bitch. They're telling her that her dad abused her. They're fucking just going at you, and you're just sitting there going, yeah, yeah.
But she's
too true, Beavers. Too true.
She has a high ground in the situation, that she doesn't have to go into these calls. She doesn't have to correct Edwin. Like, in many ways, she kind of won.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, she's a Machiavellian genius, guys. You're not seeing it. This was all a play because she knows that if she does this, there's going to be ripple effects. We're going to make this, recording. There's going to be other streams about it. It's all a part of her Machiavellian play so that she can have one over on Edwin and Salvo. It's so obvious to me.
Look, okay.
Boy, somebody's really climbing.
Edwin showed you those clips of and they've said with the Salvo said in his stream about he's seen the videos or the recordings and Babs is screaming like a crazy lady, right? I don't think anybody in their right mind doesn't believe that Babs is fucking mad as a hatter. Yeah. Right? She's a fucking alcoholic, and you can tell by her vibes that it just ain't good. Right? It just ain't good. Stay far the fuck away from her.
Edwin really picked the winner, huh?
Well, he picked Olivia too, so
there you go.
I guess he's trying to commit career suicide.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't pick anything. He even said it himself. He wasn't her guy, right?
Yeah.
He kept on saying that. So I mean, he didn't really pick Babs.
Mm-hmm.
Look, that's a matter of perception.
Exactly.
Right? Again, I can see how crazy Babs could get it in him. But then again, is she so crazy if you spent all this time talking together?
Bingo.
Right. But
Bingo.
then the thing is, okay, after
But here's okay, and to that point, I think Beavers makes a really good point. Is it out of the possibility of reality that if he was spending all this time talking to her, if she was mildly infatuated with him to begin with, right? I don't think it's out of the realm of of perception to see, here's this guy spending all this time with me. He's talking to me. I mean, okay, and let's get past the whole, Edwin's a YouTuber. She was a quote, a fan or whatever. Let's get past all that, right? Let's just get past that. Right? Let's put this into and remove YouTube completely out of the equation. Let's just remove it. Okay. Here's a guy and here's a girl. And this girl notices this guy. The guy's charismatic. He has a lot of friends. Okay. He's easy on the eyes. And she starts admiring him from afar. And eventually she gets up the nerve to reach out to him. And they start talking. Right? And they start having these conversations. Right? And think about back in the day when maybe, we'll put it in the terms like maybe college or high school or whatever, right? And maybe you saw somebody that was maybe at another university, or maybe in high school terms, you saw someone at another high school, and you start, getting where you're talking on the phone, whatever. And finally the time comes to when you guys can actually meet up and go out on a date and so forth, right? I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, and I don't think it's even really a stretch to see where this girl, was really liking this guy and was thinking, okay, he's my dude. He's my boyfriend, right? He's my man, and was looking at it from that perspective. I don't think that's necessarily a stretch at all, right? Babby says, how's Beavers being the sane one? Well, Beavers can kind of be out there sometimes, but Beavers is not a dumb man at all. He's maybe a little bit deviant, but he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders. So
you've met up. So you have all this time where you guys are speaking to each other in DMs. You've had all these, like they say, they had all these long calls, and she says that she was like falling for him or whatever in those calls, and they agreed to go meet each other.
Yeah.
And then you go to the place and you get drunk, and then he says to you, I want my first time with you to be so special, Babsy.
Yeah.
And then his homeboy goes, can I hit it? And he goes, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is that really your man?
And that's a good point.
Looking back at it,
yeah.
Look, I can listen. This is what I think. All right, I think Babs at one point really liked Edwin. Really had him kind of projected as this cool alternative YouTuber, and I just don't think Edwin really liked Babs. I just think he just saw her as a girl that came along for the ride. I don't think the feeling was at all mutual, and Edwin was simply just maybe this was his attempt to be a little player. And he was probably talking to other girls. Like he actually was. He was talking to Olivia.
Oh,
Babs, yeah. Babs saw
Edwin's a fuckboy. You can look at him and tell he's a fuckboy from a mile away.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he is the feminist version of Darius. That's what he is.
You can make the argument that the fuckboy thing, but he was in like a long 7-year relationship before all this. So I kind of saw it as he's just broke. He got out of this long 7-year relationship, and now he's like, all right, here are my options. I'm going to go to talk to this girl. I'm going to talk to that girl, this girl.
So he's just going to play the field. Okay, fair. I think that's a logical take too, right? Edwin was out here saying, listen, I'm going to buzz all these little flowers like a little honeybee. I'm going to buzz all these flowers and just pollinate everywhere. Pollinate. But I also think it's fair on the flip side, because two things can be true at the same time. We know this, right? I think we're all smart enough to understand that two things can be true at the same time. And I can see how some of these girls would feel like, oh, I'm special. I'm this special girl, and Edwin is into me, and bada bing, bada boom.
Girls in my DMs, that girl's in my DMs. I'm talking to all these girls. That's kind of what I figured.
I can attest that does happen after long relationships.
Yeah.
You do go into like this whore phase.
So
okay, but
Don't ask
they
him.
aren't real girls. They aren't real.
But
They're
they-
on the internet.
but
They're
bad,
not
but they-
real.
But when you're when you're a YouTuber, they can become real. You know, you can fly them out. You can go talk to them. Like you can go visit them, and that's what happened. But Babs,
Yeah,
saw
but do you think that girl that you're seeing online, right, is going to be as batshit crazy online as she is when you meet her IRL?
90% of the time they're always batshit crazy.
Yeah, even if they look normal online,
Yeah.
they're batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Even if they're women in the
online.
pub, not just
By
all the
the way-
time, they're gonna be batshit crazy.
If you see a man online, right, it's because men are nerds, right? Men are genuinely nerdy people, sad, don't have lives, right? So they go on the internet when they're done with work, okay? Because that's their version of fun, and they go drink a couple of beers on the weekend.
Yeah.
If you see an attractive woman online, there's something fucking wrong with them. Because why are they online?
And the ugly ones too.
Okay, but those ones you don't give
Crazy
attention.
Yeah, they're not a
Those
threat.
ones
They're
aren't
not a
gonna attract
threat.
Oh, come on now. Everybody needs a little attention and love every now and then, guys. Quit being haters.
No, they're not going to trap you.
I think Babs saw Edwin as like her type and probably really enjoyed his streams, all of that. And she was probably just looking forward to hanging out with him. And Edwin decided to placate this and stupidly went to hung out with a girl he's never met in person for this one night.
With
Not
his
for-
peers, by the
his
way,
peers.
with his peers. That is like me
But not for
meeting
one
a
night.
random. Yeah, that's like me meeting a random girl online, and the first time we're gonna meet up is we're gonna go to dinner with my boss. Does that not sound like a terrible fucking
It's
idea?
an idea. He goes to stay with her for a fucking week, bro. A fucking week.
But remember though, not like he was not her guy. So remember that. It's very important.
I don't know. I just look at it, and it's even worse, right? My whole dinner thing doesn't even come close. It's the equivalent of me meeting a random girl online that I've spoken to online for a bit. I fly her out, and I'm gonna go stay at my boss's farm with him and his family for like a week. That's the equivalent, right? Hey, do you ever? By the way, I'm sure we're all old enough that we've been to weddings and stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's always that one uncle that brings the tart that he met at the bar to the wedding. That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent of what is happening here.
Oh, God.
I think what happened in this
Oh,
situation
God, Beavers,
is,
no.
all right, so it's obvious that Edwin doesn't feel the same how Babs feels. And then you have this situation where they got drunk, crazy night, they're all laying in bed, whatever happened. There's different points of views on who initiated what. There's making out, yada yada yada. Edwin does not want to have sex with Babs.
What difference does it make who initiated what? Why is that? I don't understand why that was always such a point of contention either. I never understood that. Why is that? What?
All right, so Babs turns around and has sex with Salvo. I think in that point, any woman is like, "Yo, you're just going to let me have I'm just gonna have sex with your friend." That's how you feel? Fuck you then.
Yeah.
I think she just began to lose all respect for Edwin.
And okay, yeah, and I agree with that statement that Matt just made. Lose respect for him, but honey, child, boo boo. You're the one that allowed it to happen. You are ultimately in charge of your own destination on that ride that night. You didn't have to engage in sex with Salvo.
It just became. Now she's got to stay a week with this guy, and he's doing this. She's now seeing this guy for who he is, and not from the calls she talked to. And he's doing oopsie whoopsie, or I got to take a poopy, and all this bullshit.
So, are you basically saying that the shiny wore off the penny, and she realized it's just an average old penny that anybody can find and pick up off the street? Is that what we're hearing?
And she's hating it. She's loathing it. And then everything kind of starts from there. And she begins to really she can't stand him. And then you have the situation with like the car ride being awkward and the threesome, and he goes on his stream and he's like, "Oh, I didn't help Salvo cheat." And I think that right there, it just turned this into for her into like, all right, fuck this guy, fuck Edwin. I'm.
But here's the question, chat. If this is as they're speculating, here's whatever, right? Did Babs have the right to say, fuck this guy, fuck Edwin, and basically take a torch, light it, and burn it all down? Does she have a right to say enough of the bullshit and just nuke it, right? Because in the process, she is putting out what she did, right? As well, right? So does she have that right? That's the question, right?
I'm going to fucking talk about it, and then it becomes content, and now we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
can we
sure.
Can we get to that night, right? Because this is something that I want to get into, right?
Yeah.
So everybody has now agreed that there was a threesome, right? All the members involved.
Yeah.
I want these people to define what a threesome is, because I believe what happened here is someone fucked your girl while you were in the bed. That's what I believe happened.
He was kissing her. He says he was kissing her,
Bro, that's not a fucking threesome.
I see, and that's where I agree with Beavers. To me, what my understanding of a threesome is that all three parties are engaged in a sexual act. Now, it could be oral, it could be vaginal, it could be anal, it could be manual, it could be a lot of things, right? But there has to be sexual act engaging. To me, kissing is not a sexual act, right? Kissing is kissing. Okay, I'll even go to say kissing could be construed as foreplay, foreplay before the actual sexual act itself, right? Or kissing can be benign, harmless, whatever, right? Just a way to express emotion or care for another person, right? Like you give your mother a kiss on the cheek to signify your love for your mom, right? So Nicole says Edwin was watching Salvo's peeing and jerking off. I don't know if he was or he wasn't, Nicole. That's the whole thing, right? To be a true threesome, right? Which is what I think Beavers is trying to say here. There had to be some sort of sexual act. So if they're going to refer to this as a quote threesome, what sexual act was Edwin involved in? Right? And if there's this whole thing about they're worried about if there was any type of homosexual type interaction between Edwin and Salvo, what difference does it matter? I mean, who cares? Right? I mean, I don't think that's, why is that even, I don't understand why that's even a thing. So.
Let's just,
can I say something?
Yeah.
That's not a threesome.
Can I say something that's probably going to be extremely retarded?
That's like, hold on. That's like being in a cock chair, essentially, right?
Exactly.
It's like your girl is fucking Salvo, right? And she turns over to you, she kisses you, and then you say, Is this getting you off? Because if it's getting you off, it's getting me off. Yeah, you like Salvo?
Basically, the Sneeko, right? That's a Sneeko. Isn't that what Sneeko was into? Watching his girl get plowed, her back broke out, right? Busted out, whatever it was.
Fucking you. You fucking
Beavers,
weird,
why
bro.
are you trying to shame them for being? Why are you trying to shame Edwin for being a cuck and being gay? Those are both two beautiful things that he can be and that he is. It's okay.
That was essentially my point, but I was going to do it less jokey. Like, assuming I'm going to say something.
I'm not joking.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say something extremely maybe retarded. I don't know. I'm not going to know until I say it.
Not you, Mitch. Never.
Assuming
how you do it.
I assume this is all consensual between them, right? But and if it is, why why are we talking about it? We're basically kink shaming, which I want to disavow. I don't want to kink shame nobody.
Why are you standing up for the cocks, Mitch? You have
I'm
something
not
you want
standing.
to tell us?
Yeah, Mitch, why are you standing up for the cocks?
No, I'm just standing like, well, no, because all right, either all kink shaming's okay or none of it's okay. All
All
right.
kink shaming is perfectly fine. It's up to the other individuals to care if they care about like you kink shaming them.
Again, it's just that Babs crafted this narrative, right? That we're not actually talking about any sexual assault or sexual abuse, and that we're only talking about like degeneracy, like moral degeneracy, right? Is what she was talking about. Like that's her talking point. It's Machiavellian. I don't know how people see past this girl with this, you know? It's so obvious that she's just acting in bad faith and being a bad person. It's so obvious.
Let's
Oh.
Go ahead.
The other thing that I wanted to get into, because I'm sure this is the main point that, you know, Salva and them, they want us to talk about it, right? By the way, the reason we didn't talk about this is because of what Mitch said. It's just at that night, I don't care what happened in the car.
Exactly.
Right? That is that he said, she said kind of thing, right? But we know you guys fucked that night at Keemstar's house.
Yeah.
And good for you guys.
Yeah. You guys said it was consenting.
Yeah.
Babs said it was a little bit weird. Whatever.
No,
right?
she to clarify, she didn't. She said that that was all like. I don't think she was saying that was weird about the.
The issue was never that night, Beavers. The issue was the car ride.
Okay.
Right. Which is why it's awkward
right?
that we bring that up every time. With
Regardless, okay. So everything was consenting that night.
Right.
Right.
Sure.
In the views of anybody that has a fucking brain.
Mm-hmm.
However, again, like I said, the only thing that you can do in this, like a situation like this, is inject your own personal morals into the situation that's going on. I do think that it is kind of scummy, right, for a man that is 28 and another man who is close to being in his mid-30s to fuck a very drunk girl.
They're all
drunk too. They're all drunk, right? But I expect a man who is 28, 30 to be able to handle himself a little bit better in that situation. But that's just my personal morals on
That's
it.
fine. Like I think rock and roll. Like if I'm being,
that is why you're gonna get canceled.
Exactly.
No, because I'm not gonna
cancel. You heard it. Beavers calls for the cancelization of Matt. Right here, he called it. But Beavers, to the heart of what Beavers just said, he's 100% correct. You know, at the end of the day, with this whole situation, it really boils down to is because now they've taken a very private situation between these three people. It has now become very public. It has been dissected. It has been chopped, minced, blended, pureed, you know, and poured out time and time again, right? To where the only thing that really is what it all boils down to is with what happened and stuff, where does it fall upon the consumers, the viewers, us, right? And I include myself in this as a viewer and the consumer. Where does it fall upon our measuring stick of morality? Okay. And I, as much as it kind of, a little bit, whatever, I kind of agree with Beavers a little bit on this. I would expect a man who's knocking on the back door of 30 and a man who is in his mid 30s to conduct themselves in such a way or such as a manner to where, irrespective of their level of intoxication or not, to say, you know, hey, this, not that what they did was wrong. I'm not saying what they did was wrong. So don't take that, but they might say, you know, this may not be such a good idea. Right. Especially when one of those guys is married. Now, he may have been separated. He may have been in the process of getting a divorce, or he may have been happily married. I don't know. Again, none of my business. All I'm going to say is this, me personally, my personal views and opinions on this, right, is this. The day that I got married and committed myself to my wife. That was a day that I made a decision that her and her only would be the only person that I would ever be intimate with ever again, ever, period. Okay. That is my rule. That is my measure, my moral measuring stick. Okay. So I'm not going to sit there and pretend to say that I don't look at other women. As far as if a beautiful woman walks, if I'm walking down the street, or if I'm in a building and I walk past someone, or I'm in a crowd or whatever, and a beautiful woman walks by me, I see her? 100% I see her. Do I lust after her and think, God, I'd like to see her tits, or would love to get her in bed and just give her the old, baloney pony? No, I don't do that. I can appreciate her for the beauty, physical beauty that she has, but that's as far as it goes. I don't allow myself to go to that next step. Okay. But again, that is my personal moral, standings on that. Secondly, even prior to me being married, whatever, right? When I was a young man, because I got married when I was like 25, 26 years of age. So, in this situation, I was even younger than Salvo. I would not allow myself to enter in any type of a physical type situation with a woman who was obviously intoxicated. I just wouldn't do it. And the reason being was a selfish reason, I guess, more than anything else, was because if I was going to share something to me that is very intimate, that is a very intimate act that a man and woman can engage in or whatever, I want both people to be present. I was never one of these guys that was out here trying to just add notches to my headboard, right? So, and there were times where women I was at, go to a party or whatever, or I was at a bar or whatever, there were women who were, obviously intoxicated, and I could have very well have taken them home and had sex or whatever. I just didn't do it because to me, that was just not the thing to do. It was not I'll use an old-fashioned word here. It was not the gentlemanly thing to do. And the one thing that I was raised and brought up to do and believe in was you always treat a lady or a woman as a gentleman. You always give her that respect, even sometimes when they don't deserve it. Because that says more about you than it does the lady. But there again, that's just my opinion, period. Abby says, I need to know what the baloney pony is. Ask Ghost Abby. He will show you a large baloney. Oh God, no. The baloney pony. Oh, thanks, Toxic. I appreciate it, buddy. Also, PeePaw, why your pee-pee so pink? Why it look like baloney? That's just a saying. My pee-pee does not look like baloney. Okay. Jeez. It's just a saying, the old baloney pony, right? Anyway, that's just, y'all just messing with me now.
I think rock and roll. That means that doesn't mean I do rock and roll. There's a difference.
But why don't you do rock and roll?
Because I have one leg and I'm tired.
That's
I'm just saying.
I've been
drunk
wooden leg and start strumming it like a guitar. It's fucking awesome.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. I've been drunk enough times in my life, right, to make good decisions when I'm drunk.
I will agree. I will agree that even with the context of now in today's age, and you're a YouTuber, and not only you're a YouTuber, but you cover situations that involve like dudes getting drunk and girls getting drunk and accusations and all this stuff and grooming and all this stuff. It's probably not the greatest idea to get drunk with a girl and have sex with her, or not even have your buddy has sex with her while you make out with her. It's probably not the best idea. Nicholas Diorio optics here, not a good look. You know what I mean? I get it, but at the same time, like it's all considered consensual. She's never said
all consensual.
Yeah. She's never said she had any issue with it.
All right, let's move past this. It's all consensual. Let's move past this shit, guys. Come on.
It was just like a crazy night. I just think this was just a crazy sex night. and it's weird. And she told Brantley and Keem about it, and Brantley and Keem were like, "What? Fuck!" And then eventually she got angry at Edwin, and then it turns into go on the Keemstar show to talk about it. And then you have YouTubers coming in and other people coming in and being like, "Well, what about was it coercive? Was it implied consent?" You know, the fucking YouTube brain is spinning, and
Exactly.
I don't know. Like, I just think this got all mixed up.
All right. So, anybody else have anything to say about? Let's do it in segments, right? I feel like that's the best way to approach this. So, does anybody?
I hope we have this. We're 43 minutes, 44 minutes into this guy's hour and a half. PeePaw is fading fast. It's getting way past his bedtime.
Else have anything else to say about the drunken, in quotation marks, threesome?
Kristen Arch is the smartest guy in the room because he did not take the boob shot.
Yeah, and
Well,
I might just
that's
repeat
the
this.
other thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
You're
the other thing about it, right? With the Kristen Arch thing. Okay, I'm sorry, Babs. Right? Maybe I'm being too judgmental of you, but you're an alcoholic, sis. Right? So like, that's just shit. Like when people say shit about like that about you, I just believe it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's just like, yeah, I can believe that you were being slutty because I've known women that are alcoholics. When they drink, they just fucking lose all control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that episode of Girls Gone Wild? No, I'm just kidding.
Only the commercials on Comedy Central when I was like 16 or so. No, but the one thing I wanted to say is that if there was anything that happened in that bed that was gay, it's beautiful. I don't see why anybody would be ashamed by that.
I agree with Max.
I'll make this one point about that night. All right, and I think it really builds on this. I feel like if Babs is lying and saying that Salvo and Edwin touched dicks or whatever, if she is lying, then I think that is very bad faith to imply that they were gay with each other. Because I feel like that implies that you kind of out to get them at that point. You know, you're trying to like destroy their reputation at that point.
But what's
Why?
wrong with being gay?
What's wrong with being gay?
But they're not gay, and you're going
But
around
what's
telling
wrong
people,
with being gay? Why should you be offended?
Yeah.
Exactly.
If somebody calls you gay if you are gay.
You're going public and saying Edwin and Salvo fucked. Like, I think that implies that, you know, you're trying to tarnish their reputation by
Tarnish their reputation? That's not very forward thinking there, Max. That's kind of
How?
Like, what do you mean how?
What do you mean? How would it matter if Salvo and Edwin fucked? Like, how would that matter?
Wouldn't it be like if Salvo and Edwin fucked? I mean, it's just that.
It would be the only the way that they react to that would be how that would be problematic or wrong or weird, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I don't understand about that.
It's lying. It's lying.
Who cares?
You know what's fucking
cares?
mental? This happened, what was it, around Christmas time? We just celebrated Easter and we're still talking about it.
Exactly. Well, you know what it is? It's kind of like, no, I'm not going to make that joke. I can't make that joke. I'm just not. Abby says it's like outing someone's sexuality. Yeah, I get that point. Like you're trying to possibly drag somebody out of the quote closet, right? To use an old euphemism. I get that, but I think in this day and age, to what Matt and to Max and Beavers is saying, is that rather than just being so vehemently denying it or whatever, they could have just simply said, well, we didn't, but even if we did, what's the problem with that, right? The resurrection, exactly, Beavers. Yeah, you see where I was going with that. I ain't making that joke, but you can make it. Praise be, exactly, Beavers. Exactly. But that was a whole shitty thing Creep Show did. Well, maybe she did. That was a whole story arc and thing there that I never got into, Abby. All I'll say is if a person is struggling with their sexuality, I don't think that, anybody needs to, I guess, quote for lack of a better word, out them or whatever. It's theirs to story to tell or whatever. But on the same note, to kind of, I think, to what Beavers and Matt is, or I keep saying Matt, but to what Beavers and Max is saying is they shouldn't be ashamed of it either. If that's what they, if something like that happened, then they shouldn't be ashamed of it. They should have the freedom to embrace it and say yes and because for them to make the accusations that they did towards Babs, calling her homophobic in that stream, kind of implies that maybe there was something there, and that by her doing that and saying what she's saying, they were implying, they're implying that she's being homophobic towards them. So that's all I'm gonna say. But again, that is, if anything did actuality happen, that's their story to tell, but they shouldn't be ashamed to tell it. That's all I'll say.
That is fucking mental to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it's a lie, that's obviously wrong and incorrect. I just think that there's nothing wrong with being gay, and again, Edwin has already outed himself as bi, so I don't see why it's like such if it's not a big deal, then why don't you just shrug it off and throw it away? Why go around being like, oh, Babs, you're wrong, you're lying, you're a homophobe, you're it's also too, those two things are kind of in contention with each other, right? Saying she's a liar and then saying that she's a homophobe. Those two things are kind of counter, right?
There's nothing wrong with being gay, but we need to get him on something more controversial, like being a brony.
There you go.
Hold it, Mitch. What do you mean more controversial? I don't know if you were trying to make a joke here, Mitch, but I think you may have. Oh gosh, and everybody knows that Max is D-Max is a brony. So
that is pretty good.
I've had buddies who had girlfriends who pissed their girlfriends off, and they go around saying that they were sleeping with dudes the whole time, sucking dick and stuff like that. Yeah. It's trying to destroy somebody's character. All I'm saying, you guys didn't let me finish my point. All I'm saying is, if she's lying about that, that would imply that she's out to get them. If they're lying and saying that they didn't have sex and that she's lying, and they're lying about that, then that implies that they're trying to protect something. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this: they did have sex in the threesome. Everybody agrees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, one person did.
What I'm saying though,
the other one watched and gave encouragement.
But that's what I'm saying though, is that Edwin did not have sex with Babs, but he says that he was engaged with the threesome. What would that imply? You could say making,
which is what I kind of alluded to. Why would you be naked in the bed with another guy and another girl, and you said you had no intentions of having any type of physical intercourse with the girl? Then who were you? I don't know.
Out or whatever, but that implies something.
It was
and again, I think it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
I mean, the threesome was that Babs was going back and forth making out with Edwin,
but that's not. But making out is not sex.
The threesome in the sense.
Oh, so they were Eiffel Towering her? Or?
Hang on here. Let's just, what? Oh, God, I can't believe I'm going to have to freaking do this, but whatever. Okay. What is a threesome? There we go. A group of three people or things, trio, a golf match in which one person plays his or her ball, gets off to others. He's stroking alternately. They stroke alternately. I'm dead. No, God, no. Oh, God. Whoo. And then the third is a sexual encounter involving three people. So there you go. God, no. So again, sexual. It has to be sexual. So what they had, if Edwin did not engage in any actual acts of sex with either Babs and or Salvo, it was not a threesome.
No, I don't think Edwin ever had sex with Babs.
Oh, really? That's disappointing.
Where have you been?
I've been here.
Finally, I get to say it.
Yeah, now you know how I feel.
No, like Edwin and Salvo have been. I mean, more Salvo has been pretty graphic about it, right? So, like, at no point did they even say that, like, fucking Edwin slipped a finger in or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? It was literally just
into Babs or
implying
Salvo?
there. Well, yeah, I mean Babs. But it was literally just
You gotta clarify,
just
man.
Edwin lying there, and every now and again, Babs would turn over and be like, "Yeah, is this hot for you?"
Again, I disavow the king shaming here.
Oh, God.
Disavow.
Look, like I just don't think
Mitch
you
is
wanted.
like, I need to be good with all my cock.
So was
bros."
Edwin was Edwin sitting in like a rocking chair in the corner, staring at Salvo and Babs having sex?
No, he was kissing her. You know, he was kissing her goodnight and stuff.
No, he was in the closet the whole time.
Dressed as Batman.
Oh God. Oh God.
All right, so I think that's all we have about the night. Night.
Yeah, Edwin's a cock. That's
Well,
what
the
we've
top-
come out with.
Well, okay, well now
Oh, hang on. Abby wants back in. Let's see what Abby's got to say. Yes, Abby.
That's funny.
Yeah.
He said he was sitting in the closet.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh yeah. Okay. So I also there's some definitions or something. Yeah. No, they didn't. Okay. Yeah. For the commentary community virgins and/or Discordian spurks, sexual acts, as in putting things in holes or otherwise, is typically what a threesome is. Whether it's
Yes.
with all girls, all guys, whatever. Kissing is not a threesome. And I've told, when I found that out the first time with Edwin, I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
You didn't even. So yeah, there's no peen on peen
Yeah.
situation or Eiffel towering. It was more of what Beavers is alluding to. So.
Yeah. Basically, Edwin was, I guess, in facto cucked, and he sat there and watched his friend or two friends have sex, and he just kind of sat there and watched. I mean,
And then went and stayed with her for a week.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. This is a world that I cannot relate to. I guess I'm from a bygone era that I just can't, and I can't relate to this. I don't understand it. So.
No, as somebody that's participated in various activities, with one or two other parties, is if it's something I'm uncomfortable with, like I've had a situation where I was literally cross country and I had to drop like $600-700 just to go home. So this whole like, oh well, they were uncomfortable or this or that. Like I think it's bullshit. Like if you need to go home, go home.
Yeah.
And like I don't even think Ubers were around at the time. Like
yeah.
And then if you're that uncomfortable, why take them home for a week? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's not a threesome. I agree with you.
Yeah.
That was more my point.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good evening, Abby.
You got it.
All right. All right. So let's get back into the thing here because I really want to wrap this up and get to bed.
All right, the car ride.
Oh God! I thought hang on. I thought we were through. Okay. You guys are killing me, guys.
The debate, where Edwin says, "I apologize for not knowing that you were uncomfortable." And my thing is, what is it like? So there was an apology there, and the apology was that he did not see the sign that she says she was like wrapped up in her shirt. He did not see the signs that she was uncomfortable. Therefore, he didn't see it, so he didn't register it as her being uncomfortable. I believe him in the sense that he did not register that she was uncomfortable. I believe him in that sense, is what I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this. You've been hungover before, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Would you say that, like, if you were so hungover that you had your shirt over your head, trying to, like, block out the sun or whatever, are you down to fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think a girl would be?
I don't know. I'm not saying it's right.
I don't know either.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying he did. I'm saying I believe him that he didn't register is what I'm saying. Because there's a lot more elements to that situation than just her, like with the shirt on. She's got her feet up on the.
I'm gonna just say this: if they truly were as intoxicated as they led on to be, to us to believe the stories that they've told. And you also have in there that I guess they were also smoking some marijuana or whatever, smoking joints or whatever. They were, quote, I think the term they always used was crossfaded. I have to ask, was any of them in the right condition to be able to drive the next day? Because they said they got, one of the, I think if I remember right, one of them said it was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning before they actually went to bed. And then they said they got and had breakfast, and then they said their goodbyes and left. Well, I don't know. I mean, was that just a few hours they were up, like 8, 9 o'clock? If that's the case, then really had the substances had enough time to exit their system. Irregardless, I think it's I don't know. I mean, I've been out on a bender, and it's been a long time because I wised up and realized that those things hurt, and I just don't do it no more. But I don't want nothing. Sunlight. I don't want noise. I don't want people talking to me. I don't want anything. Anyway, I don't know.
Console.
I mean, it was a Machiavellian play, to be fair.
I can believe, right, that they are socially awkward enough that they didn't register that. I can 100% believe that.
There was a lot going on. I mean, Salvo's dick was out. He was staring at it. So, I mean, like, it was a lot going on.
But then, two things, right?
But I don't. I can't get. I don't. Again, I'm from a different era. I raised a different way, whatever. But the actual thought of just pulling your penis out, just arbitrarily, just saying, "Hey, here it is," especially in mixed company, even if you've had intercourse with one of the people the night before, that's such a foreign thing to me. So,
fair, balanced. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Two things. The first thing is, right, I don't understand how for the two men in the car, how having to constantly, like they said they were, right, on multiple occasions, having to constantly ask for consent and constantly ask if this is okay and, like that, right? If that is not a turn-off for you, right? And a point where you go, probably not going to do this, right? Yeah. If I'm having to ask someone if something is okay constantly, right? There's part of my brain that says it might not be, and that's why I'm asking, right?
Yeah.
And that, to me personally, that would be a turn-off. Second point,
exactly.
And I've said this from the beginning, and the women are going to hate me in the comments for this. Babs could have gotten out the car. Dunzo. I apply the same logic to that bitch that I would to any man. They stopped at a fucking gas station at some point. Could have just got out of the car.
Well, okay.
Got out of the gas station. And
to that point, Beaver's right. When they stopped at the gas station, if Babs was truly that uncomfortable, right, she could have exited got out of the car right then and there. She could have, got an Uber to go get her car. She could have called a friend, come pick her up, whatever. There's lots of things that she could have done. If she was really that. So I kind of have to agree with that logic a little bit there.
Just fucking sat on the side and called someone and been like, "Hi, I'm in a bad situation."
Yeah, Salvo, don't go with babbling Babs. That's like a Trumpian thing. Go with Machiavellian Babs, because that's a lot more on brand, I think, for what actually is the case.
I mean, also Babs goes and stays 5 days with the guy.
Because she was trying to accrue more details so that she could ruin Edwin's career. Obviously,
exactly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Wait, what's wrong with her staying with the dude for 5 days?
They had this awkward sexual situation with the uncomfortable stuff.
Oh, that happened after.
That happened before the staying for 5 days.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So she went and stayed with him for another 5 days. This guy who, she didn't register that she was uncomfortable. I just think if you're a YouTuber, I feel like you're going to I don't know. Yeah, I feel like if I was in that situation, Salvo's dick comes out, I say, put that thing away, and I want to
Put that thing away before I help
I
me.
hate you in the fucking nuts.
Put that thing away, and I want to go home now.
You fucking
Put that thing
you
back where it
fucking
came
pull-
from. Also, help me.
So help
if
me.
you pull your cock out in front of me and I didn't explicitly like ask you to or like give you a vibe that I wanted to,
Mhm.
right? I'm kicking you in the nuts.
I'm just now picturing a moment where Beaver's like, right, can you please get your cock out for me? Right?
Matt, I'd like to suck it.
I would agree that I just think there's so much dynamics in this car ride, and that's why it sucks so much to talk about, because like there's a context that they had all had sex the night before, so like it's not necessarily
but they didn't all have sex. That's okay. I'll let Matt slide because of whatever, but they didn't. So
like Salvo just pulled his dick out to a random girl. You know, they all had sex last night, so there is like that.
Well, one
context
of them had sex the night before.
Exactly.
We need to be very clear with what we're saying here.
There we go. Get him, Beavers.
That is
Get him.
true. I was gonna say, because obviously consent rolls over to the next
I'm
day.
really driving this kid
That's what I'm
with
saying.
the cock point home.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying consent rolls over to the next day.
Oh, I'm kind of saying that because I mean, like Babs didn't say no, right?
What are you
Well,
doing?
she didn't. Well, technically, I don't know what D-Max is doing. He's on his own fucking.
Yeah,
block.
you just like changed personalities like during this episode. Like, what the
Listen, I'm just seeing things from a different perspective. I think that we should allow Edwin and Salvo back into the community. I think it would be a good thing.
All right,
There
now
you
you're
go.
fucking with us.
What do you mean?
No.
I agree with one of those.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Edwin?
No, Selva. I like Selva.
Really, you don't think Edwin should come back?
He's been
I
through
think
so
Edwin's
much.
I think Edwin's gonna have a better time if he just goes and does his own thing. He's burnt too many bridges.
Well, I think he's like, I don't know. I just think he's. I think he should put out the fucking video, bro. Just put out the fucking video.
No, but not even that, right? Even if he puts out a video explaining his point of view on everything, right? It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, Edwin's got his main channel, right? He's got his main fan base, and then he has this fan base, right? This fan base is a minuscule amount of what Edwin is.
Yep.
Right. So, do I think he should put out a video on like his main channel or anything? No.
No.
Even his second channel? Probably not.
Yeah.
Right? Because more eyes on something is worse because then they're gonna go.
We're going to be blessed by the mighty beavers. Good evening, beavers. How you doing?
Hello, PeePaw.
Hey.
Just give me a second. I can turn you up. I can't hear.
Okay. All right.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw some people disagree. Well, one person, and I don't like it when people disagree with me when I know I'm right. So, with Baps in the car, right? I maintain, as an adult, at any point, she can be like, I'm going to get out of that car, right? Yes, you, Flary Floss, right? And then I've said it before, I think on Zyle's show, I said, and then they were like, yeah, but maybe she felt threatened. Maybe she felt like she couldn't. People, if Big Jim and me are sitting in a car and Big Jim gives me the vibe that he's going to rape me, I'm telling him that I'm getting out of the car, right?
Yep.
And he will not touch me until I am black and blue on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Right? I don't care if the man is going to fucking kill me. I will fight you.
Yeah,
So this whole
exactly.
thing where they say like, oh, you'd be afraid or whatever, that applies to any situation,
Yeah.
right? Where you're in that threatening like environment.
Well, when
know.
when the story was first told, right? The story was that they traveled from Keem's house back to Ohio, right? The 3-hour trip. There was no mentioning. I don't remember them ever mentioning stopping, right? It was like a straight shot, right?
No, I only heard about the stopping and from Matt.
Exactly, right? I heard it the other night when she called in to Savile Stream and Edwin was there, whatever, right? And they talked about stopping for Edwin to pee. That was the first time I heard this. Okay. So I kind of tend to agree with you. If they've stopped somewhere and if Babs was really that uncomfortable and really felt like this was not a good situation, right? get out of the car, right? Use your cell phone, call a friend, call a loved one, call an Uber, whatever you got to do, right? And go get your vehicle and go home. It's what you don't do is continue the trip, and what you follow up don't do is go home for 5 days with this guy, one of the guys evidently that made you feel uncomfortable on this trip. That is such a foreign concept to me. You know, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's because I'm an older person and I'm from a different generation, an era gone by, but there's just so much of this that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Look,
period.
I get where the mentality that women have when it comes to this is, right?
Yeah.
It's something. It's like if you were a lady in like the 1930s, 1920s, or even the 50s,
sure,
right? And you're in that car with those guys, and they're making you uncomfortable. You know, you back then did have to weigh up the car, like telling them to pull the fuck over, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone. You didn't have ways to get into contact with people, and something worse might happen to you on the side of that long ass highway.
Yeah.
Than rather the devil you know kind of deal.
Exactly.
The devil you don't know.
Yeah.
Right? It's the 21st fucking century. You got a cell phone.
Well, you know,
you can literally tell them pull the car over, and then they say, "No, I'm not pulling the car over." And then you say, "I'm going to call the police. Pull the car over."
Yeah. Exactly. You know, and even to that point, I'll say this. I'll say even up and through, honestly, Beavers, I'll say through the 80s, that was even something that would be, I could even be a little bit more forgiving on as far as, you know, someone being, quote, trapped inside of a car. Because back then it was not, you know, there was still a little bit of,
hold on, people. Hold on. Squirrel Luck, what do you mean as men it is so easy for us to say? The same things apply to men as they do to women.
100%.
If I'm in a car, let's say I was in Babs's position, right? I'm in that car with these two guys and they're acting strange around me, and I'm in the car and I want to get out of that car, so I'm going to tell them pull the fucking car over, right? And I'm going to get confrontational with them. There are two of them. There's one of me. The probability of me getting my ass beat is very high, right? You think that men take these stances because they're like, oh, well, there will be no consequence for us. The reality of it is there's a lot of consequence for fucking men. We just accept them. Sure. I accept that when I open my mouth and I tell you that I'm not comfortable with something, or that I don't agree with you on something, that there's a very good chance my ass is going to get beat. And as a matter of fact, I would say, being a man, there is an even bigger chance of my ass getting beat.
Probably so. Uh-oh. Matt's here. This is going to be good. Hey, Matt. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? I just wanted to piggyback off of Beaver's point.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's easy for men to say that, right? But like men are in predispositions all the time. I literally have one leg, right? So I'm going to be in weird predispositions like that too. I can still get my ass beat. I can still get beat up. Like I'm still in a threatening situation, you know?
Yeah.
That's like, I just think that's unfair to be like, oh, well, you know, well, it's easy for a man to say that they can defend themselves against two dudes. Not really.
No.
I think Edwin and Sal could beat my fucking ass, bro, together.
Even if you know, people like to think, oh, you know, man, he'll fight, you know, he's big, he's strong, right? Even if I am like a man that goes to the gym, okay? If two guys are really adamant about beating the fucking shit out of me, they probably will, unless I don't get some sneaky punches in or I catch them off guard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You will hear it from like men that have been in street fights, you know, like the gangster types, you know, all of those guys. They'll say they always make the move first, right? You'll see with a lot of felons even that have been in like violence and stuff. They're like, oh, why were you so violent towards them? They'll be like, well, I made the move first because there's two of them. There's one of me, right? Because no matter how fucking jacked you are, there's two of them. There's one of you, right? I don't know.
And I'll say this, just one last thing, right? If anyone in a car made me feel uncomfortable, I ain't gonna go stay with them for 5 days. I'm gonna be like, you take your ass home. I'm heading out. But that's just me, right? I'm not gonna fucking try to make it work, you know.
So there was a comment in the chat said something about, but maybe there were, you won't know, was there people at the stop? Well, according to what they said, it was a gas station, right? So if they stopped at a gas station, and it was, I would assume during the day, right? Because they've had breakfast at Keemstar's and they're heading back. It's only a 3-hour trip. So even let's say they got up at noon or some nonsense. So you're still talking about 3 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I would say there's probably people there. If so, this whole argument, like you said, this was something that was new. This whole stop that they stopped so Edwin could go and pee, right? So I'm sorry if she was truly uncomfortable as she was putting out, she could have got out of the car, got her cell phone, called a friend, called a family member, called an Uber, hell, she could have called the police. I'm sorry. I don't, and I think for anyone to sit there and say, well, as guys, it's easy for you to say that. No, yeah, it's easy for a girl to say the same damn thing. Just get out.
The reason why
they were stopped.
The reason why
she
didn't call anybody is because she was never in any danger, or she never thought she was in any danger. That's it. She never thought. I don't think she even said that on stream. She never went on Keemstar show. I was like, I was in fear for my life. I thought I was in danger. Like, she never said anything like that. So she was never in danger.
No, she just said they were being creepy. That they were making it awkward. That she, whatever. And so, or was it just simply the fact that she was hungover, had a throbbing headache, and they were yapping on? All I can say is me personally, when I've had a hangover, the two things I don't want is noise and sunlight. So, I don't know. Whatever.
And probably a guy's dick in your vagina. That's probably not on.
Well, I don't have one of those
things for you to be doing.
I don't have one of those.
I don't know. You just want to sleep. You just want to sleep
Exactly.
and fucking hide away.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, like I say, I don't. I mean, so I do want to ask you, since you did call in, Beavers, you made a statement that you think would like to see Sabo back. So you 100% think everything, you're supportive of Sabo then, right?
No, I find Salvo entertaining. I've called Salvo out on his stuff before.
Yeah, like what is this whole like?
I did it on our fucking stream. I mean, on our episode.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just find him entertaining. I gave him good advice.
Yeah.
No, it's like just because he wants to think, just because he thinks that Salvo should like be welcome back or whatever. When he says welcome back, he just means like make content and be like funny. That's really all there is to it. It doesn't mean like Bieber's 100% approves everything Salvo does.
Yeah. Well, I was just given an opportunity for clarification. That's it. Period.
No, but I have like I've gotten that sentiment for people that they think that I love Salvo.
Well, and like I said, I don't know.
I think he's very funny. I think Salvo is funny, but like I called him out on the doxing thing. I told him I think I said it in the episode. Matt, you've listened to it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I told him, regardless of if he thinks it's right or wrong, it's just not worth the headache.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, and he shouldn't do it. He should just keep doing his content grind. Like, I mean, fuck. Did any of you watch the Salvo live stream when he was in the fucking kayak in that like?
Yeah, I was watching
a river thing.
Yeah, I saw a bit.
Bro, that was fucking hilarious. Watching Salvo in the wild.
Well, okay. So my stance on this is they should go back to making content. I have no problems with that. Period. I do not. Edwin can go do his thing. Salvo can do his thing or whatever. As far as engaging with them or any type of thing like that, that's going to be up to the individual person. Period. Right. But like I said at the beginning of this, at the beginning of the show, whatever, Salvo needs to be, I think, a little bit cautious, because in the last day or so, he's done some things that could get him into some hot water with YouTube, proper. And so, he might want to be kind of careful about that. Cause there again, maybe he wants to go out in a blaze of glory, and maybe he's going to go on one of these, alternative, streaming sites like Kick or Rumble or whatever it is. Maybe I don't know. But I would just say, Sabo can be entertaining at times. There's no denying that. But I think sometimes Sabo, if left unchecked, if he doesn't have someone there to kind of to rein him in at times, he definitely gets a little bit out there. So, but
I get what you're saying. It's look, Salvo can be crazy and do crazy shit, and it can be kind of annoying for people. I get that.
Sure.
Like he's been doing this for a while. Like that's what he does. He trolls. Brigading is never a good idea. It's against TOS, and I don't see an issue with emojis, bro. Like the emoji thing, not a big. It's just pancakes. I think it's just pancakes and stuff. But the problem is people will take the initiative and do weird shit with that, right? But I don't know, man. I'm kind of split, man, because I don't think that he should be blamed for Discord server bullshit. But at the same time, all right, yeah, he said go leave them emojis. I get it, but I don't know. That's just my opinion, though.
So here's the deal. He came into my stream this morning, right, with the pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, fine, we get to have pancakes with the coffee this morning. It's no big deal. I don't care. As long as the people aren't doing anything that is in violation of any of the TOSs, I don't care. You want to spam pancakes and bananas and whatever else, I don't care, period. The way I look at it is this: there's more eyes on my stream. It gets the chat rate up, so it's good for the algorithm.
Exactly.
And I'll say this:
those interactions up.
Yes, and I'll say this: some of them actually kind of hung around and continued watching the rest of the stream. Yeah. I think they kind of actually enjoyed it. My sub count went up a little bit, so I was like, win-win, whatever, right? Now, as far as this whole thing about the whole Discord thing, right? Here's where we kind of have a problem, right? So when you cultivate the following that he has cultivated, right? This chaotic, wild group of people, whatever, that follow him, you have to know that there's going to be some really out there personalities, and so when you start saying, it's cause and effect, right?
It's not even that.
Yeah.
Right? But it's not even that, right? The thing that people need to remember is Selva has a younger audience.
Sure.
Right? The most of us. Okay? And what people are saying, well, I can speak to myself, right? But I assume that there's a lot of people like me in the community. Mm-hmm. They're essentially ladder pulling on the younger generation.
Okay.
Right? Because I remember being that little shithead online that these people are.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The one that would go into a Discord server and troll them and post things and do all that shit. Right? So it's like, I understand it from the perspective that these people are going to do it anyway. Right? They're just looking for a conduit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. And also, by the way, speaking about the people like posting pancakes, like I say, it puts your interaction up. It's like the assholes that leave like nasty comments on our videos, right? Keep doing it.
Yeah, when it comes to the Salvo stuff, I think my only issue, right, is just have that little caveat where it's all right, Salvo did say go post emojis, but he never said anything about going into Discord servers and posting weird shit. He never said that. He never outright said it. I get that it comes with the territory and that people will take the initiative to do it, but he never said that. Now, if there's screenshots of him in group chats or something, I don't know. If someone wants to prove me wrong, fair enough. But I went back when I saw that shit happen. I went back and I watched the stream, and he never said go into their Discord and post crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
And that's a fair point, and I won't argue with that. I just think it's like this, though. I mean, kind of a little bit of a counter of that is when you kind of, for the lack of to paraphrase, when you've got a loaded gun, you kind of have to be careful where you aim it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think I have zero problems with encouraging, because I do it on my streams. I encourage people to go and watch other creators, such as your guys' podcast. I encourage people to go watch, Xylee, watch Dave's previous streams if they haven't. just different creators. I encourage them to go watch it, right? Interact with them, engage with them. So as far as going and telling them, hey, interact with them, whatever, it is what it is. You know, I didn't have a problem with it, but that's me, right? So, you know.
Yeah, I think the point you're making is fair, right? So it's like, something that was brought up was the whole, you spoke about it earlier, the Xylee sexual assault thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Xylie's perfectly entitled to her opinion on that.
Yes.
Right? Like anybody is.
Sure.
But with the caveat that that's probably the way that she phrased it on that show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably best kept to yourself. Do you know what I mean? Off of your platform kind of deal. Because you do have that loaded gun in a sense.
Yes.
Right? So like I've got lots of opinions. I just don't share them online because now recording would be cancelled in a heartbeat.
As do I. As do I. I mean, I think again, like I said, I would never personally, and I never personally stated, that this, was whatever. Because again, how many times in this community have we seen people come out and say, oh, this person is this and this person is that, and they make all these allegations, and there's these Twitlongers and these Google Docs, all this other kind of crap, right? And then it turns out that it's not, right? But we have all these creators out there that jump at the opportunity because they think, hey, I've got to be one of the first ones reporting on this. I've got to be the first one making videos on this. I got to do this X, Y, and Z. And they go out and they do these things, and it turns out to be a nothing burger, right? All it turns out is potentially someone's career being potentially tarnished or even ruined. And so that's why I personally won't address these type of things unless one of two things happen. One, there's actual legal involvement where law enforcement and there's charges that's been levied and filed and what have you. Or B, the person that these charges are levied against is dumb enough to come out and admit to it. That's, well, if the guys admit to it or the girls admit to it or whatever, fine, we can talk about this shit because they're admitting to it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
So, but that's
I'm sure you get the same, right? Me, Matt, you, I'm sure. Sometimes we know about a story like a month or 2 months before it actually comes out.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And sometimes those stories are complete nothings. But we could jump on it. We could go like as soon as we hear about it and, go forward. But sometimes you don't do that unless it's like something really fucking scummy or something like that. But normally you just wait it out because you don't want to be that guy that just like, I don't know, defames someone for no purpose.
The thing that I would worry the most about is, and this is me, this is my own personal, stance on this, is I don't want to be a person that's going to go out and levy some sort of accusation or charge, especially something of this nature, right? And be wrong. To me, that is something that is, I just can't be, I can't resolve myself to say, well, mistakes happen. And I just can't leave that as an excuse with myself anyway. So.
Also, by the way, chat, when I say me and PeePaw, I mostly mean Matt. Matt is like, his brain is like a labyrinth of allegeds.
Yes. Yeah. Matt is in the inner circle. He's like at almost the hub of the inner circle. The hell you're not.
I get DMs. I get DMs from Matt. He's just like, yeah, Beavers, don't fuck with that person. Okay,
yeah,
I can't tell you why.
Exactly. I've gotten those as well. He'll say, Riv, don't. I can't tell you why. Just don't. I say, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know, Matt. I'm backing away. I'm washing my hands. I'm backing away. So,
for the record, I've never said don't, but I've never said don't fuck with Salvo or Edwin, right? Right? Never said that.
Let me think on that one a minute. No, I don't think so. No, you've never said that. So, not to me anyway. I can't speak for Beavers. I won't speak for Beavers.
Matt tells it to me all the time.
Does he?
Good one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely going to work when he tells me.
All right, so Abby's back in the waiting room again. So let's see what she has to say. All right, Abby, you've been waiting for a little bit. What's on your mind, girl?
I agree with Beavers. I cannot believe I just said those words. Holy shit. Um. No. Okay. So, God, not to imply my shit. Well, I told you I was cross country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, a similar situation, but worse. And I had actually been talking to that person online for over, let's see, I was 16 first time I started talking to them, and I was 21, 22 by the time I met them. So I had 4 years of talking to the person. Okay. So as much as I understand, like, yeah, just get out. No, I literally spent $700 on a flight. Okay. So like, if you're that uncomfortable, like, again, we were talking about earlier, like, apply your life circumstances, blah 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 blah. And I give Beavers props too, because I think he was kind of silenced in a way during Xylee's stream when he was like, okay, but like ledging that kind of stuff is kind of dangerous. And I don't know, but I think it was very very it's something that I've obviously had a criticism against. It's just lackadaisically saying stuff to
Well,
your audience,
okay,
most
but
females, is kind of dangerous in my opinion.
And to that point, so to be fair, Zadie did address that and did apologize for that handling of that
On Twitter.
Okay, so but here's something else too, though, right? And correct me if I'm wrong here, but did she not make a statement that she was no longer going to address any of this because that was an agreement that they had agreed to, right? That she wasn't going to talk about this because she admitted that, that stream was mishandled. And so she was going to,
Well, she's also sworn off Salvo a million times and still brought him on stream a couple times. So like, I don't know what to take her word for or anything anyways.
And that's fair. I mean, if you feel that way about, because I know you there's no love lost between you and Xylee, and that's fair. But I'm just, like I say, she did address it. She put out a tweet and she said, "Hey, I screwed up."
She put out a tweet and she apologized to me in a VC. That was good enough for me because I don't really care how I'm perceived.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's like if it's out there, it's out there.
Yeah, I get it. I get both sides. I'm just saying, like, I was just more so giving you props for at least being like, yo, that was like inappropriate to begin with. But
Me and fucking Matt flew in there. We swooped in there. Like, I joined and
I
that's
haven't
like
watched
that's just
the
been sitting
Xylee
there.
stream in many months, to be honest. As soon as I was harassed to get on stream from multiple people when I was in the middle of a freaking, episode, whatever the hell you want to call it. But yeah, no, I think you did a good job, Beavers. Matt, I agree with you. I think the rock and roll shit, like, I understand, but at the same time, like, grow up. I don't know. I did my 20s in Vegas, okay? So like I've lived and let live, okay?
Yeah, I get that. Like, I get it's like I would not put myself in that situation, but I still look up to like rock stars who like get laid at like rock shows and shit consensually. So
well, I should be super fascinated to have a conversation with people on the flip side, because for anybody that everybody knows, I've been to Keemstar's house. So like my whole thing is like, you're serving alcohol, you're providing a situation to happen. And my other flip side of that is like, it kind of seems irresponsible for me as a woman, seeing another woman get intoxicated. I would never leave them around another man. I don't care who they are. I don't care what friends. And they weren't even like dating or like long term. I would never leave them around another man. I've yelled at a friend being like, for when I've been drinking and they've just left me with a guy. I've like gotten furious with them. I would have never even let the girl be in that situation.
Okay, but the difference the difference is right there, right? And I think people would be the same. And maybe it's a little bit of latent misogyny, right, coming out. But like, I don't believe that in that situation that a woman is not that they're not responsible. I just believe that men are more responsible in that situation, right? That that there shouldn't be a need to have a friend be there, kind of deal. Do you get what I mean?
Well, you're the one saying she's an alcoholic, which like,
Well,
No, she is an
Not
alcoholic.
wrong. Yeah.
Well, what I said was, and I will say it again. I was raised in from an era where if a woman had too much to drink, the gentlemanly thing to do is to take care of them, right? Which means you make sure they get home safely. Even hold their hair if you have to because they're puking, whatever the situation is. That's the gentlemanly thing to do. But again, I'm from a different era. I was raised a different
I don't know.
way.
I saw N-word news. Okay, it was enough for me to know that like that situation should have never happened. Okay, when they covered it that way, I'm like, she literally was like, she didn't say the N-word. I know, I would know. I'm like, bro, come on. Like, it was just overall bad situation. And I'm not necessarily gonna blame Brantley because she's young too. But personally, if I'm around another girl, I'm not like especially if they've just met, I'm not leaving them alone with another guy. And I get the whole like men, blah blah blah. Trust me, I've been to EDC by myself. I've been to clubs by myself. I've been everywhere, intoxicated, fucked up, whatever. And I understand the whole like, oh, I can handle myself or not handle myself, be around a dude. I can handle my own shit. And she should have been, if for me, I have a lot more problem with the house guests, but that's a whole other conversation.
Well, anyway, listen, thanks for calling in, Abby. You have a good evening, hon.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Let's finish this thing, PeePaw.
Okay, let me put this up here where you guys can see it so that I can be a proper host, right? So
I know it's past your bedtime.
It is way past my bedtime.
Come up with their own narratives, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, let's see here.
Right? Because it's a he said, she
See, here's the thing. This is where I get confusing because you guys are talking on the stream and then you start talking in the Discord. I can't differentiate between the two. God.
All right, well, wait till you pause.
Okay, here we
go.
go.
People are always going to come up with their own narratives, right?
Yeah.
And they can be convinced by somebody else's perspective because there's no hard evidence to look at. But the problem with Edwin is, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't matter, right? We're a nothing on the face of the internet and in the face of the community, right? There are, they like to refer to them as like the group, right? They're not really the group. They're just the bigger YouTubers in the space, and he's pissed them all off by being a fake asshole, Right. So it's like what would you feasibly want here? Is what I'm saying. It's just.
I think he wants. I don't know. I think he wants vindication. I think that's what he wants.
But vindication for what?
I think the Keemstar show, whatever. I think he legit wants to be vindicated. But the problem is, he hasn't done anything to be vindicated in the sense that he hasn't put out the fucking video. I
don't understand where the vindication would even come from. Because if you look at the thing that happened with Olivia, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Even though afterwards he said, "Oh, I stopped doing all the stuff about Mama Max and all of that stuff," right?
Yeah. Right.
If he's doing it as a professional that cares about the stuff that he's covering, right? He should have never gotten into that situation in the first place, right?
I can't disagree with that.
That is always going to be a sticking point. So regardless of how he tries to dress it up and say, "Oh, afterwards I stopped doing it and I wasn't friends with this person," and but it still happened. So I don't understand how he's ever going to address that, right?
Oh, well, I guess they left. Okay, all right. So I had a question, and again, this goes back to he says he wants vindication. Matt says that Edwin wants vindication, and I agree. Fine, you want vindication. Make the video, put the video out, whatever, right? Fine, fair, whatever. I'm sorry, I should have brought that back up. I guess I don't guess it matters. There's really no graphics. I mean, just whatever. But here's my question. And again, I think it's a little bit much in my question to expect whatever when he's, like I said, he himself threw some rocks at a glass house with the Sears situation, right? So I don't know. I think it's a little bit hypocritical on that part for me. Let you get through this. Okay. Thanks, Beavers.
Right. I don't understand how, you can make the argument that Bobax and him weren't friends, right? On that level or whatever the case may be. But you're never going to change Bobax's perspective that they were and he fucked him over. You're never going to change that, right? Because that's what Bobax believes happened.
Mhm.
And then Nick Diorio, you're not gonna change his perspective because you literally tried to dick suck him on a stream. Everybody saw that. That ain't going away.
Exactly.
Right?
After previously talking shit about Nick, right? So that's the thing about it, right? So when Edwin, when it looked like his time with Sabo, whatever, was coming to a rapid end because, quote, Sabo was being canceled or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden he starts trying to come back around and suck up to Edwin or to Nick. He accused Babs of being a cloud whore, right? Whatever. But that really kind of, you know what I'm saying? That really kind of really points the fingers back at him, or at least my view or opinion of taking that it is, right? So
Augie doesn't give a shit.
Augie thinks Edwin's gay. Like that's
but like, so I don't understand what there is here for him to gain. Now he can go do his own thing, which is what I think they're doing, right? He can do his own thing that's like tangentially involved, but I don't see anything productive coming out from him, putting out a video.
I think it's possible that he might become the anti-commentary channel.
Well, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say both of the Edwin and Salvo seem to be very anti-commentary now. Like they think everyone talks about the same topics, everyone talks about the same subjects, and they're like they want to call them out for that. And it's like, I don't know.
And more power to them.
It's almost like Tom. Do you remember when Tommy used to say, the incestuous brotherhood? I don't know if you ever remember him saying that. But I feel like that's where Salvo and Edwin are. They think the commentary community is just a bunch of people who suck each other off.
Mm-hmm.
But like
literally.
I say more power to them. If they want to go do that and they want to try and keep the commentary community honest, right, in their own way of doing things, have at it, right? But what I'm saying is the thing with like the reason that Edwin is fucked in the commentary community is not because of the car drive and not because of the cat room and not because of the Keemstar house, right? He's fucked because of the way that he behaved.
Yeah.
And that is known in the that's not going away. So I don't know. But yeah, do your own thing. Go over there. More power to you.
The thing is,
so how do you think Edwin could redeem himself?
He can't.
Really?
No. Well,
I mean,
when you say redeem,
okay, can Edwin redeem himself? In the eyes of probably the people who he called friends in this, that he actively was engaging in making content with week in and week out, which would be like Nick, Xylee, Boblax, right? They were all in group chats. They were talking. They were going on each other's streams. They were, it was one big happy go lucky group there, right? I kind of agree with Beavers on this. He has torched those friendships to where there is no redeeming on that, right? When you take somebody like myself, right? I am perceived. I think I'm gonna be fair here. I'm perceived as this wholesome person that is truthful, that I tell the truth as best I possibly can, based a lot of times on limited information and just gut instinct on life experiences that I've seen in similar situations, right? I think that's a fair assessment of me. I troll a little bit here and there, 100%. But what I don't do is I don't lie. I don't knowingly lie. I don't knowingly do anything like that, right? Will I creatively spin a situation for a friend to try to put them in the best possible light in a situation? Yes. That's where the biases comes in, right? But I will still say the truth. I will put a positive spin on it as best I can, but I will say the truth. Okay. And you've got somebody like Edwin who has this reputation to be this arbiter of this protector of women who have been in bad situations, right? Where he has championed their causes, where they have been in a situation that where there's been a power dynamic imbalance, and he's made videos on them. One of the videos, for example, Abby brought up was the video that he made on the whole situation with what was that singer's name? Help me here. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. Marilyn Manson. There it is. Marilyn. It was on the tip of my tongue. The situation, the video that Edwin made on Marilyn Manson, right? To exonerate a woman, right? The whole reason why he quote unquote was hanging out with the young lady that was involved with Bo Blacks, right? Was because of her dealings with Mama Max. So, when you champion yourself as a arbiter and defense of women who are in a power dynamic relationship, right? Where you have one person that has a perceived or a real power over another person. And then you get in a situation like he's in where people can now I'm not making this argument, but people I think can make an argument that there was a power dynamic in this situation, right? So yeah, I don't think there's, once that seal is broken, right? Where, you're painted in this light, you can't, it's kind of like this, right? Once you break the eggs, you can't put the yolk in back into the shell, right?
I can still do it, and I'll whip it out when I need to.
What is this? It's $5 tip for the coffee being fun. I appreciate that. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate that. So, just like if the day came where I knowingly, which I would say I would hope would never come, because I don't ever, to me, being a truthful person is one of the paramount core of my beliefs. So I would never knowingly lie about anything, right? If I broke that level of trust with you guys, then I fully would expect you guys to never show up and watch me or support me again. It doesn't matter what other good things I've done. And I'm sure there would be people out there that even would, there's such diehard supporters with, oh no, it's, you have to give them a pass. You have to give them a second chance and whatever else. And I do believe in second chances and what have you. But I also know that there are some people that would say, no, he lied. And that would be the end of it. And I would have to accept that. I'd have to own that. And I'd have to own that going forward. And I'd have to own the fact that I would be known as a liar going forward. period. And I'm not talking about, catching a fish this big and stretching the truth to where, it's this big. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, full-blown lies here, right? Maggot says, I gotta be honest, I've been watching
I
Edwin
can still
for
do it,
years
and I'll whip it out
since the
when I
Sierra
need to.
drama, and I just find him disappointing. The Nat Lad himself tipped $5. Coffee Bean Fun Go Bert. Well, thank you, Nad Lad, for the Bert donation there. I appreciate that. I guess I'm kind of lucky. I haven't been disappointed by any of the people that I'll take it
I can
back.
still do it, and I'll whip it out when I need to.
JFA $5. Good evening, River. Slug requested slurs be dropped in chat. Which ones are your favorites? Slug requested slurs. Personally, there's one that's been kind of growing on me here lately. Jelly Roll, Fatso, Tubby. I hate JFA. Calm down there, buddy. Calm down. You're such a goober sometimes, JFA. I love you, man, but you're such a goober. Oh, Lord. Getting close. Exactly. But, ultimately, here's the thing, is he redeemable? That's up to his fan base. I don't really consider myself part of Edwin's fan base. I've had very limited interactions in dealing with him. If Edwin ever wants to come on a stream and he wants to have a very frank, open, honest conversation, I'm more than happy to do it. But that's his decision. I think that I've been as fair as anybody out there that's talked about this situation. I don't know. The bottom line is I don't have any ill will towards either one of the two, any of the parties involved. I just think that they all made some horrible life choices. And unfortunately, they continue to make horrible life choices because they talked about it and brought those horrible life choices into our lives. And so now we're having to make horrible life choices and talk about it. Does that make sense? King Brick. Oh, King Brick joined us. Cool. And Brick pops up. Well, they say, well, that is his, that is 100%. What do you call it? That is, I think that is, Brick's, superpower, right? That's like his, was it the light like Batman has, they put up the light and boom, up it comes, right? Oh, hang on here. Someone, CW just bought coffee with PeePaw. Well, thank you for the purchase. I appreciate that. Thank you. And listen, I'll tell you something. I no jokes. I think my products are pretty good. It's really good quality, and the place where they make it and everything, it ships out real fast. It's real good quality. And I know we got like a lot of people in here, and some of you guys may not be regular viewers of PeePaw because this is not a time I normally stream. I usually do like really early morning streams. So just real quickly, just let you guys know, is everything, every donation to this channel, like, people that donate money through through Stream Elements, any of the merchandise that you purchase out of the store, all the proceeds, any profits off of that, right, is going into a fund. And I'm going to use that fund to turn around and give to people in the community through technology purchases. everything from maybe something as minuscule as a webcam for somebody because they got a crappy webcam, or maybe they need maybe they need a second monitor, or maybe one of the days we'll be able to buy like a whole. That's my goal, is I want to get where I can get like maybe a PC for somebody like once every 3 or 4 months, like once per quarter, or a tablet for an artist. That's what my goal is with this channel, is to take all that money and do charitable things. And I can't wait till I get enough subs to where I can be monetized, and YouTube's pocketbook can start dumping out into there and go for that as well. So anyway, any plans for selling actual coffee? You know what, JFA, one of these days, if I get like really big and I'm like some multi-million sub YouTuber or whatever, I will look into developing my own coffee brand to sell. I think that would be cool. I think that would be neat, with all the proceeds again going to this philanthropy endeavor that I'm doing to give the money to because I see a lot of these young creators, and they do phenomenal, right? They do phenomenal with what they have, but I think, what more could they do if they had a little bit better equipment, and that's just kind of what I want to do. I just want to, because I'm not flexing or anything like that. I don't need this as a side hustle for like a revenue stream for me. I did all that when I was younger, and so now I'm kind of easing into the golden years, as they say. And so I just thought this would be a really good way for me to give back to this community. For all the people that through the years that I've been watching people create content, and I watch these artists create these fantastic art pieces that they do, that they're so stinking talented, to just kind of give back to these people. That's all I'm trying to do. So, anyway, let's get on with the rest of this thing.
Redeem himself. Do you mean redeem himself in the eyes of his peers?
Yeah.
How do you mean redeem himself?
I mean, I think if there was a video of him saving a baby from a fire, I think he would be redeemed, But
God.
No,
he's gonna put a baby in a fire.
Salmon puts the baby.
Hang on, what was that? Someone just I missed that. Somebody just subbed, but thanks for the sub. For some reason that alert didn't come through on my thing, but thank you for the sub.
In the fire, calls out, I'm like, all right, dude, you got 10 minutes.
You better not fuck this up, or we're both going down.
If you fuck this up, this is it, man. This is all I got. This is our last chance.
All or nothing.
I don't know. I don't understand when people say like redeem, right? I don't know what he's trying to redeem. Because at the end of the day, if you're on the internet and you're
go back to where he was before the incident is redeemed.
Well, what do you mean by that? Do you mean in the eyes of everybody else in the community, or do you mean in terms of viewership?
In general,
I think Edwin just wants good things.
No, but they're two different things, right? Like, does Edwin need to be buddy with everybody and like have friends in the commentary community?
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
Nope.
Right? Like, he can just do his own thing, have his own takes, do his own show, and he'll be perfectly fine, and he'll get an audience and do all of that, right? And if that's his way of redeeming himself, like getting back to where he was, kinda, then fine, right? That's one way. But in terms of like redeeming himself in like the eyes of his peers, like the people that do commentary, that ship has sailed, buddy. That shit's not happening. It's like if
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. What Beaver says there. And I think I can say this even safely, right? I think that that I think Edwin is remorseful. I think Edwin has some regrets about how he treated people like Bo Blacks. I think he has regrets on how he treated Nick and maybe even a little bit with Xylee, right? Or maybe I'm just projecting. I don't know. I just know that I've made some friends online that I do consider us friendly. And I think if there was a falling out, I would have regrets. I would be remorseful. I would miss them, interacting and doing things with them. But, and I think maybe that's maybe a safe to apply in this situation. I'm sure Edwin has some regrets. But I agree with Matt. I wished if Edwin's going to do a video, do the blasted video, get it over with and put it out. Right. And then move on. Right. Bury that damn thing and walk away from it. Salvo needs to do the same thing. Bury it and walk away from it. Put this stuff in the past. Get it out of your system, whatever it is that you guys got to do this, but get it out of your system and move on. Because continuing to bring this up and talk about it in multiple streams, it's just letting it fester. And I don't think you're not winning any people over doing this. You've got people that are going to support you. They're your loyal base. They're going to be there. You got people that don't like you. You're not going to change their minds. You got a few people that are kind of probably middle ground, really don't care. But the more you talk about it, whatever, all you're going to do is wind up pissing them off, and they're going to go in the camp that you don't want them to be in. I think that's fair.
Salvo wanted to redeem himself. Like, there's so many people that think things about Salvo. Salvo can't redeem himself in their eyes. They're always going to think that about him. But he can go do his own thing and be like, fuck you, and build his stream up.
Yeah, what Mitch is saying, Mitch, is just make content. That's all he can really do at this point, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, he's going to cover a story that hits the algorithm. It's going to be 8 months later. People are going to start forgetting, and it'll be back to business as usual. I think, and that's how it will go. The fact remains that Babs has now said on multiple occasions, multiple times, multiple platforms, nothing happened in that car that was illegal. It was just weird and awkward. She did use the word creepy and uncomfortable, but nothing illegal. No rape, no sexual assault, nothing of that nature. So in my opinion, Edwin can come back from that. Salvo probably should keep his dick in his pants at this point. And keep putting himself through tables. That was funny.
So does that mean if one of us gets cancelled, we're just going to keep chugging? Just keep on chugging?
Depends who it is. If Matt gets cancelled, this whole ship goes downhill so quick.
I mean, look, I'm the guy who thinks that everybody can be redeemed. I say we allow Slug back, we allow Salvo back, we allow Edwin back, we allow Ghosty back. I say we let everybody back. I think.
Whoa. I was fine with Salvo. Fine. I was fine with Edwin. I'm fine with both. Whatever. I'm even okay with Slug. Slug cracks me up every now and then. He's that lost soul out there. He does things that are really good and endearing. I'm like, yeah, you're making good choices, Slug, and I encourage him, and yes, thumbs up, good job. And then he goes off the deep end. So I'm like, oh, Slug, no, not again. But that is Slug. But Max, you said Ghosty. There, we're going to have to part ways, my man. We're going to have to part ways on that one.
I agree with two of those.
Okay.
I'm just saying. What's your character you have with the red fucking apron over your mouth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Lord. The real D-Max. You guys know who the real D-Max is, right? You guys know who the real D-Max is? right? Right? If you don't, you need to look up who the real D-Max is. He's a hoot.
D-Max.
Listen, all I'm saying is that I feel like we've been extremely, everybody has been completely and totally uncharitable to these guys. I was willing for this entire podcast to, try to, again, put my biases to the side, have a good yuck, have a good laugh, with my friends here at Now Recording. Please like, favorite, comment, subscribe, by the way, if you're still watching. And I just, try things from a different point of view. And I think I learned some things, I think the audience learned some things too. Babs is
I
a
hope they learned not
Machiavellian
to kink
monster.
shame.
Yes, well, that too is that no kink shaming, no homophobia, and Babs is a Machiavellian psychopath. So
yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
All
right. Did I also mention that in the cat room, Edwin beat the ever living shit out of Babs?
Whoa! What? Hold on.
Did I also mention that in the cat room, Edwin beat the ever living shit out of Babs?
Really?
Hold up. Something more important. What is a cat room?
He's still in the right. He's still in the right if that's true. I still believe
what the fuck is a cat room?
Well, Babs drinks so much that you could beat her up and she'd survive.
Oh,
Like,
Jesus.
you know that whole thing, like when people are in car accidents and then the person that's drunk lives and the people that are sober die?
Holy shit, dude.
Which is like every single DUI crash ever.
Yeah, that's
Oh
exactly
my
They just
God.
take the beating.
Are we ever gonna know what this goddamn cat room's about? Like,
Thank you, Mitch.
Is this when you've got like an insane amount of money that you can just have a room for your cat?
Right? The cat room was literally just a room where she had her kitten, right? Or whatever, young cat in the room, right?
Okay.
And Edwin went into the wrong room accidentally and she lost her shit. Now, what I think happened, right? And I can't know this. What I think happened is that room probably smells like shit.
Yeah.
Right? And it smells like kitty pee pee and poo poo. And
Ew.
being a woman in her like 20s, young, like early 20s, she was like, oh my God, it smells so bad in there. Right?
Wow.
Get out. And she lost her shit because she overreacted to the situation.
I thought it was like a cam room where she dressed up as like a cat.
See, okay, who was that? Core? That was Core, right? See, that's kind of what I thought it probably was, because I know it came out that she did OnlyFans content stuff, right? So I kind of felt like that was probably where she had her stuff set up for her OnlyFans stuff, right? So that's kind of what I felt it was. But maybe Beaver's right. Maybe it was just where she had her cat. But then here begs another question, right? If she's got a cat, right? She disappeared for, what was it? Was it a day and a half, 2 days or whatever? It literally is just a room for a cat. Okay. Well, is it normal? I'm not a cat owner. I don't know. So don't come at me here, chat. But is that normal for you would go away from, and leave a cat alone for that long, like a day, whatever, 2 days, whatever it was? Is that normal? I know when I had my dog, I had my little doggy, she passed away with cancer, but when I had my little dog, whenever we were going out of town for a trip for like a few days or whatever, I would always take her. I had a veterinary clinic here in town that I used. And I'd take her there and they would, and board them. I would board my, my little dog there and they would take care of her and all that. So Nicole says, just leave them enough food and water out. Okay. And maybe she did have someone come over and feeding the cat. That's possible. That's possible. Whatever. Okay. That's fair. That's fair explanation. That's fine.
And she has like all cat toys and shit.
I'd pay
like
to
all
see
around
that.
the room, like for her OnlyFans.
You can't be serious.
Apparently
Well,
she's going
she does OnlyFans.
I
bro.
wouldn't put it
mean-
past that bitch Babs, all right? She's got all that kind of shit in the background. We all know what she's into.
Hey, Babs, can you send me a picture of your tits? I heard they're nice.
I heard they're pierced.
Oh yeah, that's
Babs, don't unfollow me. Don't unfollow me. This
Jesus.
is all a bit. Don't worry about it.
Hey Babs,
Yeah,
want to go for a ride?
Oh, well, that's Core though. I mean, he spends his day playing Destiny 2. Come on, Matt. That's where his mind go. Give the dude a break. Come on.
I want to
Magic
do
carpet, man.
interstate travel with you, Babs.
Trust Beavers to king shame somebody a whole episode and then at the end be like, hey, can I see your tits?
I didn't king shame her.
You king shame people. She was part of it. You king shame one in the group, you king shame all of them.
She was getting fucked. She was doing the normal thing.
Yeah,
I mean, she was getting fucked by Salvo.
She was like,
Yeah.
she was like she was like Babs present right here in the middle, you know, doing my thing,
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
for you guys. You know, and Edwin's just like, oh, I just want my Disney moment, and I just, you know,
Oh, God.
I'm just gonna lay here and make out with you, and yeah,
Oh,
he just didn't want to have
Jesus.
sex with her, dude. He
Well,
didn't like her.
I mean, maybe when he says Disney moment, he wants her to be like a ride at like Disney World.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Like so many people have been on it.
Yeah.
What was that when the log ride? Maybe he's wanting to be the log ride. Mm-hmm.
Dumbo, because she's a dumbass broad. Am I right, folks? Yeah.
You think Edwin like goes to bed at night and like looks up at the ceiling and he's just like, if I would have just not went to Buffalo with this woman.
Well, you know, I will say this too, because he kept on talking about the canceling thing, and this is me taking my clown nose off, right? Honk honk, it's off. The cancellation thing, canceling is only something that you let happen to you.
True.
It is
Yeah.
not something that people
True.
do to you. It's something
Exactly.
you let happen to you. You going away was your prerogative and your thing. That like
100%.
awkward stream that you had where you came back for the first
Yeah.
time and it was really awkward with the chat doing the
Yes.
tomatoes and everything.
Yes.
If you had that like the week after this had broke and you had
Sure.
just consistently and kept doing it, you know,
Yes.
afterwards, I mean, like Matt said, it would have been maybe a rough month or two,
Yeah.
but then it would have gone away and then something
Yep.
else would have come up and maybe people
Yep.
would have been like, you know, what even was that? I don't
Yeah,
even remember
exactly.
anymore. There was a 3-hour car ride. You might have looked at Savo's dick longingly. I don't
Also-
know anything about that.
Also,
Listen, if
what
John
I've
Tron
never-
can come back.
What I've
Oh,
never
I love
understood
John.
about the whole situation, right, is I think Matt made this point, right? Like if Babs goes on and she says like Salvo like fuck me or you know whatever, right? Like at that point, why are you keeping quiet about your side? You know?
Yeah.
Just come
It's
out.
not, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not like you're
exactly.
teenagers and you're going to get into trouble for it. You're adults.
Yeah.
Just say what happened.
Right.
But maybe I think this point was made by the guys earlier that I think Edwin truly is so, I don't know, awkward, I guess is a way to put it. He doesn't know how to act or to deal with things, or maybe he's so worried about public perception of himself. But, you know, Max is 100% correct. The only time you can ever truly be canceled is if you allow yourself to be canceled and you just quit making content, if you just quit engaging. Now, sometimes that means you may have to go into another community, and that may means you have to kind of reinvent yourself, for lack of a better word, make different kind of content or what have you. But you're not really canceled unless you just decide to quit and take your toys and go home.
Just be like, yeah, fuck that.
I think I can give Edwin's side on this though, because I have talked to him. Is that when I talked to him in the private call, it was more or less it was like this really like obviously whether you liked him or not, this fucked with him, right? He was having a lot of anxiety, he was having a lot of like issues, and he just wanted to, I guess, unplug from it all and back off because this was really like was detrimental to his mental health. I think I remember him saying something like that to me. So that's his explanation. I'm not saying that's a defense or anything, but that's his explanation of why he didn't just come out right away. Because when that first call, when he talked to me, it was all like, it was fucking fire and brimstone. He's like, I'm coming out. I'm doing a video on Olivia and fucking Babs. We're going hard. We're doing this. Like, I got all my evidence, and I'm like, bro.
Guys, I just can't. I'm done. There's like 18 minutes left of the video. I'm just going to end this here. Again, guys, please go watch the video without all the pausing, without all my, commentary, without all my, takes or whatever. I want to thank everybody for the donations tonight. Thank you for the purchases. Just thank you for the support. Thank you for the new subs. Boring. I know I'm boring, JFA. I am nothing but one constant letdown to you time after time after time. And I apologize and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cannot be the super creator, super streamer that you want me to be. I just failed all the way around. I'm sorry. But I cannot tell or encourage you enough to go support the guys now recording. They are a good bunch of guys. They really are. Even Beavers, with all his goofy takes. But I have to say on this one, I found myself agreeing quite a lot with what Beavers said. I agree with what Matt says. I don't know so much about Mitch because all he seemed to be worried about was not wanting to kink shame for whatever that means. And of course, Max, well, Max is Max and Max knows I love him. Max is dear to me. Core, keep playing Destiny 2, I guess, dude. I don't know. Hang on, Matt's back. Yeah, what's up, buddy? You're muted, Matt.
My bad. Sorry, I know you're trying to go to bed. I didn't want to keep you up or anything.
That's fine.
There's one thing in the pod, like, because I've listened to bits and pieces of it, but there's one thing is like, what was their new updates or anything, and I don't know if I was able to really like go into like the major difference of Edwin's side and Bab's side. I went back today and I watched the Keemstar show, and there was a lot of implied stuff where it was like they were asking me a lot, and even Keem and Salvo said we were asking her on Tommy's show like a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing was, the difference in that, right? Is that what Edwin and Salvo are trying to say is we were asking her like this: is this okay? Yes. And she would say yes. Is this okay? Yes. Is this okay? Yes. What the implication on the Keemstar show was, hey, do you want to do this? Hey, do you want to do this? Hey, I don't know. Hey, you want to do this? I don't know. Hey, you want to do this? I don't know. Hey, you want to do this? Fine. Okay, we'll do it. That was like kind of the implication on the Keemstar show. That is the major difference of this story, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying and what Babs is saying. I think that's the major difference. And I just wanted to reiterate that point real quick.
I think the major difference, or not necessarily difference, but the only thing that seems like to be a point of contention between all the parties is this blasted T-shirt. The only thing new that came out, honestly, and it doesn't change anything for me, was they stopped somewhere so Edwin could get out and go pee. Okay. So still the bottom line is this, which was what was stated from the very get-go. It was consensual. She was not in any way was she ever harassed or assaulted or raped. So at the end of the day, I wish they would have just kept this all to themselves.
Sure, I can agree with that. I think it's all based on interpretation. Like the people who are like believing Babs, they're picturing her with her shirt over her head, tensed up in the corner of the back seat. Well, people who believe Edwin and Salvo are picturing her with a shirt over her head, shielding her from the sun because she has a hangover, and then peeking out and smiling like the erotic game Peekaboo. So you're always going to have different interpretations of the same thing. It is a gray area. That being said, like I've repeated over and over, nothing illegal happened. Therefore, let's move on.
And the thing about the shirt is both of them could be true.
Yeah. She can be uncomfortable, right? She can feel uncomfortable, and they cannot register it. That can be true. Like 100%. It's not black and white.
No, it's not. And the fact that Edwin says, I acknowledge that you were uncomfortable, and I'm sorry that I didn't pick up on that. He apologized for that. So I think Edwin has done all he can do in that situation. So here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and malign and keep hounding these two guys, right? Bottom line is I personally think they're morons for ever putting themselves in the damn position that they did to begin with. That was stupid. That's like freaking high school or college spring break type antics bullshit that they should honestly be past. They should be old enough and mature enough that shit should have been in the rearview mirror. Why it's not, don't know. That's the only things that they can answer. Hopefully they've learned, and hopefully they'll move on and not repeat this. If I'm being even more, I'll go out on a limb here. I think Edwin has learned a lesson. I don't think Edwin is going to repeat it. I'm not so sure about Salvo, quite honestly.
Salvo's going to do what Salvo does.
Yes, exactly. We agree with that.
Yeah.
We agree on that. Salvo is going to do what Salvo's going to do. And the thing of it is, Salvo is his own worst enemy. The only thing that's ever going to destroy Salvo is Salvo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened last time, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Question. What does your gut tell you? Do you think Edwin is actually going to ever release this elusive video that he has talked about?
God, I hope so. If he doesn't, then I'll be honest with you. If he doesn't put that video out, I got nothing for the guy. I got nothing for him if he doesn't put that video out, bro. Because I think that's his side of the story. I'm not your fucking ventriloquist dummy. I'm not saying your talking points. Put out your own story. And from what he's told me, that video's coming within the week or so. So we'll see what happens.
But like I said, and I don't know if you caught the first part when I first started going over this, when you said you were going to convey this conversation that you had with Edwin and kind of, I felt that was weird. I
heard you say that.
To me, why? We as a community, I think this is a fair analogy here. We just got through chastising Ian and his wife because Harley Eats or whatever it was, and that other female boxer was coming out and trying to make all these explanations and justifications and all this stuff for this Creator Clash 2. And we chastised him. Why is Ian? Why isn't his wife out here? This is their thing, right? And yet Edwin and Salvo really haven't said anything. Neither one of them.
Well, they kind of have. They went on Salvo's live stream, and there was a lot of back and forth there. You heard some of Edwin's side of the story, not all of it. But at the same time, like I reached out to Edwin after all this, or after the Keemstar show, and I heard his side of the story. So in a way, I don't know. Like I was like, look, man, I would have talked about it if Edwin was comfortable with me talking about it at the time. I would have been like, this is what Edwin is telling me, yada yada yada, But as far as I understood, it was more just keep it private and wait till the video to pop out. So now that like Edwin has kind of came out and said say whatever you want to say, I'm like, all right, well, I think this is something to talk about on the podcast. I feel like I felt like Edwin and Salvo made a good point. Everyone's not talking about this anymore, but there's updates and people. I did a live stream about Edwin that got 3,000 views. Besides one video, that is the most views we got on the channel. So I feel like it's perfectly fine. Like if there's an update or if there's a side of the story that's being told, I'll fucking do a podcast on it. I'm also now recording. I'm not fucking Nicholas DiOrio or RGRFC. Yeah. I'm just a small we're just a small podcast,
That's fair. I mean, I like I said, I enjoyed this. I think you guys had as level takes as possible. But I as far as this, you posed the question about redemption. Bottom line is, I think those people that are Edwin fans are still going to be Edwin fans. People who are Salvo fans are going to be Salvo's fans. The bridges that these guys burned with people in the community, I don't think are repairable. But there again, I never thought, honestly, that Nick and John Swan would ever be able to. And evidently, Nick put out a thing the other day that I guess him and John still talk. So
I mean, you never know. Like
never say never, right? Yeah. Never say never. Yeah. Just don't. Yeah. And that's the thing about it. If there was truly some friendships there, it's possible if the right approach is taken by the parties involved. Yeah, there could be some mending of bridges. There could be some repairing of bridges. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think Salvo's really too worried about that. Edwin,
Yeah.
maybe. I think Edwin.
Yeah.
I think Edwin does. I think Edwin does actually care. Salvo is Salvo. But and whatever what he's portrayed to us, he doesn't care about that. That's not something he's interested in.
It's like the reason the benefit of the doubt wasn't really given towards Edwin in this situation is because apparently he was shitty to Bo Blacks, he was shitty to Nick, shitty to Augie, and they didn't appreciate that. But I always had good interactions with Edwin, and he was never shitty with me. Yeah. So like at that point, like what do I do in that situation? Do I just ignore him and just be like, "You're on your own, kid," or do I just at least give him the benefit of the doubt and be like, "Okay, well, this is the side of the story he told me the first time we talked." You know,
I think, Matt, I think you and I have a lot of similarities. I think it's just because the way we were raised. I think it's a Southern thing, bro. Yeah, it's is. And we are, to a fault, we are extremely charitable people. And we, even to the point like, even with Ghosty, I mean, I talked, whatever. I think if Ghosty would have, even with everything that he did, if he'd have come around and was humble about it and was truly apologetic about the situation, I would have said, okay, live and let live, forget whatever, do your thing. But he didn't do that. So, he just kind of kept doubling down and shit. So, fuck him and feed him fish heads, Yeah. Go do you, man. Just, I don't want anything to do with you. You kind of just, I just don't care. But, anyway, so what's new? What's next up and coming for the boys that now recording?
Live stream tomorrow, I believe at midnight.
Okay.
And let's see, we're going to probably record a couple more episodes soon. Okay. So yeah. As of right now, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, JFA is in waiting. I'm going to let him talk real quick, and then I'm going to get out of here. What's up, JFA?
Yeah, I can't get his shit fixed like always. Comes in
here
and never says anything.
You would think as much, and I'm appreciative of his donations. Don't get me wrong. You would think he would maybe get some decent shit to where it would work when he actually called into a show, and he wouldn't look like a buffoon.
Yeah.
Just saying. I mean, for crying out loud, if Jessica Pizzle can get her Chromebook to work and do things, you would think somebody like JFA would be able to I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it always happens to him. I don't know.
Yeah,
try dragging him back in and dragging him back out.
Here we go. All right, JFA.
Hello.
There you go.
Oh wow, it worked. Okay, cool. Yeah, Chromebooks are hard. They're not as easy as they look.
Oh, for crying out loud. They're basically like using a phone. They're easy.
Phones are hard too. What can I say?
Evidently. So what's on your mind tonight, JFA? Real quick, because I want to go to bed.
Well, first I wanted to ask, we have another hour, but that's out the window.
That's out the window, yeah.
Matt, I understand you're frustrated with Edwin. Ever since that little incident with the donation, he thought you were trying to throw him under the bus when you tweeted that to Nicholas Diorio. What's your comment on that?
I don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, what?
You don't?
You're trying to get me to mention you is what's going on. Your donation.
Well, no, you had an easy job throwing me under the bus. You don't need to mention me. We all know who I am. But I can always link you the video. I can always give Rivy the video and the time and the timestamp.
Is this the one where you did the donation for Nanny Faye's birthday?
No, Nanny Faye did that. I was just watching.
Oh, okay. Well, exactly. I got you. Yeah, but that is what you're referring to, right?
Sure. Would you like the video?
Matt, do you want to see this video? Do you want to see what he's referring
to? It's literally just Edwin saying the F slur. That's all.
Exactly. That's all it was. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. There's more to it. There's more to it. Hold on. I'll get it to you in just a second.
I really feel like this is JFA's attempt to cause this stream to drag out longer and to keep me from getting in bed. I really feel like this is his attempt at it.
No, I would never do that. I like you,
Yeah,
Rivy.
I know
would
you
never
do.
do that.
I
Come
know
on.
you. You're one of my biggest supporters, and I understand. All right, so get me the link, and I'll play it real quick, and we'll make everybody happy.
Sure. As soon as I figure out how Discord works, I'll be more than happy to do that.
All right, I'm out. Talk to y'all later.
No, come on, Nat, you dick. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll send you a DM and I'll give you the timestamp, and then we can yell at and we can clown on Matt tomorrow morning.
Okay, we'll do it tomorrow morning. That'll be fine. So everybody, you heard it. Tune in tomorrow morning, and JFA is going to get me the stuff, and we will clown and make fun of Matt in the morning. So, and on that note, listen, thanks always for your support, JFA. I appreciate you. I don't care what Banana says about you. You're an okay dude.
It's just been at the end of the day. Thank you so much for the kind words. Everybody, have a pleasant night.
All right. See you later, JFA. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. I've got to get to bed. It is way past PeePaw's, and then I got to get up in the morning for coffee. So you guys have got a lot of content out of me over the last few days, and I appreciate everybody showing up. I love you guys for that. I really do. I'm not just, being my usual sappy self. Anyway, everybody get in bed, get a good night's rest, and brew the coffee in the morning. And I will see you at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time right here on this channel. Until then, make sure you also go out and watch this episode. Support the boys over at Now Recording because they're good lads, and I really do like them. You guys take care, and remember to always, guys, keep your powder dry, and I'll see you in the funny papers.